Hey there, Drafter. No Helldivers time. Helldivers is dry as a bone. Nothing going on with Helldivers yet. Probably at the end of the month there will be something. Hey there, Seraph. Hi, Sniper's Legacy. Hey there, Campbell's. What's up, man? Hey, a lot of you guys are early today. Must be the thumbnail. What's up, So-So? All right, so today we're going to be doing pay your artist more.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
Campbell's, thank you for the membership. Gifted. Thank you very much, man. So I paid my artist quite well. I will say that. She's quite good at her job. She also does commissions. BT dubs. That video
Citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Thank you for the membership as well, Campbell's. Yeah, I left her Twitter in the link or the descriptions for that video. There are a lot of buffering. I'm not sure. If there are like issues with the stream, let me know. It could be that I'm recording at the same time. That could be a problem. I'm not sure yet. What runes are you using? So this was actually something that was caught last stream by chat. I forgot what it was exactly you said it, but someone was like, hey, you know, your bow is really heavy on lightning damage. I wonder if attack speed would actually give you more DPS than physical. And I was like, you know what? You might be right. So we shifted it, and lo and behold, it actually was a little bit more DPS. Hey there, Tap Snap. So yeah, switch to attack speed. All right, so today we have this to do. If anyone saw the price of these increasing, I am sorry. The thumbnail brought you here. It's a very powerful thumbnail. I'm going to be honest, I'm actually kind of surprised how slow that video is growing. Its click-through rate is not as high as you would think it would be. Like, wouldn't you expect a thumbnail like that to be like, that's got to be like peak YouTube, right? Not to like, you know, no ego here, but like it's a solid guide. It's well chaptered. It's all the information you could want on the subject. And the thumbnail is peak, right? Like, I don't know. I kind of expected it to be growing faster than it is. I was a little bit surprised that it's only on 10,000 so far. I thought that was going to hit like crazy hard. So yeah, we got this. You don't use Headhunter? No. Resistance would be really difficult with Headhunter. I also, like, low-key kind of need the strength from the belt just to run my support gems. But, yeah, this is 60 Breachstones, and we are going to try to do them all and make a video about it, or potentially 2 videos about it, but probably just 1 video about it. And we're gonna see how much currency I make or lose from doing this. What you're looking at right now is like, I want to say current market price. Let's just go check. Because we'll say they're about 120x a piece right now. And I have 60 of them. And then a divine orb is like 180 right now. What you're looking at is about 40 divine orbs in investment. And we're going to see if we can turn this 40 divine orbs into like 80 divine orbs. Or at the very least, not lose my ass on this investment. That's our goal. And we're just gonna go whoop Xesht's ass on repeat. And we're gonna store all the loot like down in here, pretty much. Down in here, and then like sort of in here. We'll put breach rings in here at first. They're not all gonna fit there, so we're probably just gonna be. This will be loot tab. This will be loot tab, and we're just gonna see what we make by the end of this. You doing treason? No, this is not treason. No treason. I believe 2 dump tabs should be sufficient for this. If it's not, I literally have 2 more. It would be nice to actually have this space available. Unfortunately, I don't at the moment. I think I've got like... Yeah, I've got like this tab that I'm not using. Here, hold on. Let's clear this. And then we'll do... Breach. Well, it's got to be caps. Hold on. Breach. Boss. Testing. Breach boss testing. And then this one. Breach. Stones. This one is Holy Breach. Okay, we're good. And then we'll just like throw this out here. This looks nicer. I'm actually not going to do that. We'll do it like that. We'll call this the emergency dump in case I need more space to do this. Are you gonna split the loot with the community? I'm actually not convinced that I'm gonna make my money back off of this is the thing. But we're just gonna see if this is like a good way to spend your money to make money, or if this is like not something you should do, right? All right, let's do this. Oh yeah, tell me what you guys think about this content idea. I just got done spending an hour with a member of I just got done spending like an hour on Discord with one of our community members that picked up the Ball Lightning Arrow Ranger life, and we basically did a pimp my gear session, like a pimp my character, pimp my build. And I just like had a 400 Exalt budget. I went through the market, and it was actually insane the kind of deals that I found, but like basically doubled their damage, 33% more max life, got them to the evasion amount to run acro, and like didn't even spend 2 divine orbs. Yeah, it'd be like a pimp my build session where like a community member, I take their character, they set a budget, and I see like how much I can improve their gear by going through the trade site and like finding deals. And then we do like a total cost versus performance increase. But also, let no one ever say my build isn't budget friendly whenever I can set all of that shit up in under 2 divine orbs. That's insane how much value I got out of 2 divine orbs in that session. Like I basically built from the ground up just like a completely endgame ready, capable Lightning Arrow Ranger with 2 divine orbs worth of gear. That's real budget friendly right there. You're gonna go play this build on hardcore? Do not. Luffy, no. That's inting. No. Play minions on hardcore. Play monk on hardcore even. Don't do this on hardcore. It will not go well. Oh wait, this isn't the end. That is the end, okay. They looked really similar. Yeah, then we switch to our weapon set 2 to switch to our bossing weapon set. And then I just do one quick gem swap here. I just switch on concentrated for magnified. Just to go fast. Hey pal, awesome YouTube videos. Definitely watch them over a bean bathtub stream. Oh my god. That shit was so cursed. Oh my god, I saw that. I didn't think she was gonna do it. Like, low-key, she kind of didn't. Like, it was just like, I don't know. That was scuffed. I feel like for 4,000 subs, that could have been done more properly.
Charged arrow.
So we blast them. So we switch these gems back, and then we do it again. Can you pimp my endgame build, get something good going? Lacking DPS for bosses, 12 div budget. Yeah, like exactly. That's why I think it would be really fun content.
Speak.
I'm thinking I'll do it. It's not gonna be like the next thing I do, but I think after I explore this whole breach bossing thing that we're doing right now, I think that'll be my next content ideas. I'm just gonna see people, like I'll just ask the community in my Discord to be like, hey, who wants to do a pimp my gear session? And then we'll record it and we'll put it on YouTube and see how people react to it. If it's like a fun series or not. And if it is, then I'll keep doing it. Or even potentially like also make it stream content too. And like we'll do money back guarantees, of course. Like if I mess up and your character isn't better, then like I'll pay you back, basically. Because that's always possible, right? Like I might buy something that doesn't actually make your character better that I thought would. I think it'd be fun. I really like messing with the market. Not like from a price fixing point of view. I just like messing with the market as in like building characters. I think it's fun. Trying to get like the best deals I can to make a character as strong as possible.
Nature's fury.
Sounds good, Chris. How does rage affect this build? I'll show you. Look at my DPS. Quite a lot.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one. Fate lies true. The abyss knocks once. We that fail.
Nature's fury.
A quality tip? Yeah, I should maybe... There hasn't been like a lot that's changed about the build, but there has been some stuff, but there's more so just been like advancements in tech. Some advancements in the passive tree, but a lot of it is like, it requires more currency investment. So I'm like hesitant to even bother doing a build update kind of thing. But I might. I have been just keeping the Mobalytics completely updated though. Like anytime I change anything, Mobalytics gets it. But that is something that I was considering in like putting into an update video if I did one, was talking about like what to quality first, what to 6-link first in more detail, like why basically. Because I mentioned like what you should do in what order, but I didn't really talk about why. Because it was like already a 58-minute video, so I had to like cut a corner somewhere. I feel like I could probably do a build update video that was like maybe 10 minutes long instead of 58 this time. Just cover some stuff that I missed, cover some stuff that changed. Not try to like reinvent the wheel and redo a new build guide basically from scratch, on top of covering new stuff. There's also the idea I had of like, I need to find time to do this, but I want to do another character from the beginning with no currency. And just like remake the starter variant of this.
Nature's fury.
Like I would follow the Mobalytics setup basically, but like redo a video of starter. Because the starter build for this that I have on my channel is kind of scuffed. That's like week 1 me talking instead of like, you know, month 2 me. And like month 2 me compared to week 1 me is a completely different person. So far we've only lost money, no hits yet. Economy reset less than a month away. Video for a league start test for next league. Oh yeah, that's true. That would be a good video for next league. Actually, you're right. Do that next league. I should wait. It'd be smart. Hi, Sterlini. What's up? Tried an SSF. I wouldn't want to play solo self-found, but what I would do is I would just not use my bank. Like, I wouldn't use my currency tab to fund it. I would just play it from the beginning. And, like, if I get, you know, like, items from trade, it'll be with currency that I earned on the character, not, like, that I earned on my endgame, like, finished character, right? Because that would just defeat the purpose. Yeah. Like, I feel like the kinds of starter builds that usually spring up this late in the league don't really help very many people because they're just from the perspective of, well, you already have currency and you can already just like buy every unique in the league that you need to just freeze campaign. And like it's good for getting a new character up and out of the campaign into endgame once you've already got one there, but it's not good for like I just started the game. And there isn't really too many I just started the game guides anymore. It's mostly just guides that are like, well, I already have currency, I can already just buy these uniques and I can just cruise through with like gas arrow or something, right? Or I can just cruise through with the bell and the cage god staff. Something to that effect. I think that's also like less fun than starter builds that actually just like use a semblance of what the build is going to end up being at the end game. Unless like what you're trying to do at end game is completely miserable in campaign, in which case, you know, obviously you should use one of the better starters just to get there. Wow, that was actually like a lot of loot that made it through my filter on this one.
That's quite nice.
Impressive, actually. Typically not that much makes it through it. What's the lightning looking buff? That's Innervate. Innervate's really powerful buff. Second. Dump all this.
On with your work.
Innervate is just 35% more damage for like my whole build basically for 3 seconds after killing a shocked enemy, which is basically always while mapping and clearing. Can you explain what loot you run by and what loot you take up? At this point, my loot filter pretty much determines everything that I pick up. It's set to like basically only show me tier 1 bases, like bases that the community is willing to use this late in the league. And it's only going to show me, like, if I hold alt on this, these items are item level 83. If the item is level 81 or lower, I don't even see it anymore with my filter.
We that dreamed.
So for the most part, if my filter is showing me something at this point, I pick it up.
We that are one.
Storm point.
Lies true. Hear the great wind. Flesh. We that fail.
You like animation cancel through that ball at me. Because you got stunned out of it. It was kind of funny. Didn't hear the ping. Hey there, Shy Guy. Primal Armament from Lightning Arrow to Lightning Rods. There's like more switches that I could do, but I just don't bother switching more at this point. It's like the only switch I bother with now. There are more optimal switches that I could be doing to do more DPS, but it's actually at the point where if I spend any more time switching, I'm actually just going to overall reduce the speed that I'm killing bosses at, right? Because there's also the amount of time it takes me to actually switch things that needs to be taken into account whenever he's dying that fast. Funny enough. Yeah, this is Xesht 4. This is max level Xesht. Did you guys see that Elon was at the inauguration while he was mapping again? I thought that was so funny. Like, at least he admitted to it now, but like, it is really funny.
Fury.
Dude's getting that grind session. He was using a Neuralink with Starlink to play. Yeah, I guess so, eh? Play PoE 1 when the new league starts. That is an idea. I don't know if I will or not. I think what's more likely is I'll play the Monster Hunter beta for a little bit. If we're still not in a new new league. Or in the economy reset or whatever. Because I do want to keep playing this. I'm still having a lot of fun just playing PoE too. Testing stuff. That was a pretty good drop too. Yeah, like there are other optimizations I can make. Like if I change my primal armament here, my DPS goes up. If I change my lightning infusion here, my DPS will go up. But it's like eventually it's like so many switches and he's dying so fast already. It feels like it's almost not even worth it.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one. Fate lies true. We that fail.
Right, like with how fast that was, did we actually save time doing all of these switches, or did we actually lose time? Right, like we probably actually lose time just because of how fast he goes down at that point.
Yes.
Yeah, the loot has not been good thus far, but we are just getting started. It can take a little bit of time before you start to see the money. The other thing you have to keep in mind is like breach rings, white breach rings at this point are like 20x a piece probably. At least 15x. So every time we get like 15, or not 15, every time we get like 3 breach rings, like white breach rings, that's fronting a decent chunk of the cost to get in. Your streams start while midway through the gym and make me want to go home and play. I'm sorry. Yeah, like the loot's not good yet, but the loot will come. We got a lot more stones to play. They can't all be winners. Otherwise, stuff like Howa would be just completely worthless.
Storming arrow.
And really all it takes is like a couple good hits, and we'll be at least back to even. I'm also getting good experience, keep in mind. Every run at level 96 for me is just about 1%, or very close to 1%. Which doesn't sound like great experience, but like without juicing the map super well, it's not uncommon for me to get less than 1% XP out of an entire map. And also frying an endgame boss over and over is actually pretty fun.
I'm out of mana. Don't mind if I do.
We'll definitely try this out. I like all the mobs are bats, not spiders, because arachnophobia. Understandable. What level are you now? I'm still just 67 or 97. 96. I am 96. Just trying to make sure I didn't like miss too much chat. 59 more times. Training runs for Helldivers. There's something fun about breaking the game. I answered about Rage. I volunteers tribute. Yeah, I'll definitely look into doing the Pimp My Build stuff. I think that would be really fun, both like stream content and YouTube content. Just like help people with their gear, find them deals on the trade league, improve people's characters.
Charged arrow.
Speak.
Boss barely spawns. He gets like one attack in. He has to make his first attack count. That's all he gets.
I don't have enough mana. Too weak, too slow.
Dude, like when are they adding map tabs? I know it's soon, but like, come on, can we get on that? Like, please give me my map tab from PoE 1. I feel like delaying the map tab is just a ploy to sell more quad tabs. The longer they delay selling us map tab, the more quad tabs they sell. True or not, chat?
Storm point.
It's a smart business strategy, in my opinion. I like how Orb of Storms with a stack of lightning rods is just the equivalent of spawn camping. Like, what are they supposed to do? Fight back?
Now this will come in handy.
Just had to buy a quad tab. True to an extent, I'm highly considering buying another quad during the sale tomorrow. All about the quads. Are you farming Hala? We're farming 60 Breachstones to see if I make a profit on my 40 Divine investment or not. I bought 60 Breachstones. It cost me 40 Divines. We're gonna see if I come out ahead or not. That's the content.
That are one. The womb of existence, we shall watch out. We split the throat. We that fail.
That's like the attack that I have to respect. Because if it hits me, it could potentially kill me. Good luck to you, man. Thank you. Should Barrage be quality blast? Yeah, probably.
Speak.
Barrage is like literally only for bosses, and it doesn't make that big of a difference. It's actually like kind of not good that we're already into the emergency dump, eh? Probably not. How many runs have you done so far? 8. Done 8. Number 9. No gloves, no diamond yet.
Too weak, too slow.
One percent drop if you don't. 1% don't even approach even. Well, how is there a 15% drop? The diamond's a 10% drop. So we really just need a decent couple of those and we'd be okay, but it depends. Mostly the diamond. If the diamond rolls cash, then that can quickly make up the cost. But the diamonds can also be pretty much worthless. So it's just a gamble at the end of the day. Howa can never really be like actually worthless, but Howa probably has a lower ceiling than what you can get out of the diamond. Unless you just like roll double corrupt lightning damage dexterity. In which case, like, you know, you're rich instantly. But that is very rare. That's like a lot of kills to see something like that happen. Hey there, Clem. Thanks for the follow.
We that dreamed.
Yeah, you can divine the diamonds, but like then you're just in more money potentially. It's still just all RNG at the end of the day.
She's Xesht.
Thunderous shot.
He is Xesht, I guess. I love it when he basically doesn't get to say anything. It's so funny. Just like, she is Xesht. Dead.
Oh, yes.
Quick and lethal.
I was kind of surprised you didn't just wear
Fury.
the 4% attack speed, 1 to 12 power. Like, that's gotta be this, right? Like, you can't do better than that.
I need mana.
It's gotta give crazy amounts of damage, too. But I guess the goal is just to get a mirror quarterstaff at this point. Maybe that's why you sold it. Which would most certainly be more damage than the Howa. Hey there, Adam.
Dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. She is Tool. The hive shall spill forth. We that fail.
Not looking good.
What is it?
Hey, this is the 10th Breachstone. How long has this taken? We probably yapped for like 20 minutes at the beginning of stream, no? So we've been doing this for like maybe 25 minutes.
Take this!
Yeah, I don't know.
Charged
I
arrow.
think I just prefer my online games to have an economy. I kind of get the appeal of SSF, but like I feel like if I wanted to play SSF, I would rather play like SSF hardcore just to take it the extra step. I feel like just taking the economy away from the game detracts from my enjoyment, but if I also make it hardcore on top,
Quick and resource.
then that makes it more interesting for me, I feel. Morbid curiosity, at the point in the content creator where you're able to do this full time. Oh yeah, no. YouTube's my job. YouTube's my job. How do I find a level 20 gem? The map has to be level 80 or higher. So if you're playing just a T15 map with no corruption, no irradiation, it's actually physically impossible for a level 20 gem to drop into your map. It has to be level 80 or higher. And the odds improve a lot with every level. So like 80, it's like a 1 in 80 or something drop. And level 82 map, it's like a 1 in 30 skill gem drop. That's got to be so fun. It's okay. Like, it's like absolutely one of the best jobs on the planet, obviously. But also your job security like doesn't exist. Like, the game you're playing could just like become, you know, like a wasteland overnight because the company decides to kill it or something. All right, we got our wraps. Hopefully we get a couple more of those. That definitely wasn't great. 1 in 10 for one wrap. That is definitely a net loss. Unless these are like the most god tier wraps the world has ever seen. But we will find that out later. For now, they're just getting put away.
Speak.
We'll see how they play out later. All right, so we did 10. We got one wrap. Definitely at a loss so far, unless those wraps are insane. But yeah, I would say content creation is like one of the best jobs on the planet, but the only thing about it is, especially whenever you're just starting and you're like one game, you're just a one game, one trick Andy, like job security is not good. There were several times while I was just doing Helldivers where it was like this huge pivot with the community and interest in the game just,
Charged arrow.
you know, it just went tits up. Sony just tried to kill the game overnight, and suddenly no one's watching my videos anymore, and it's off to McDonald's with me, right? Like, that sucks. That's like some really crazy stress when you get into those kinds of situations. But like once you manage to branch out a little bit, like I feel so much more comfortable in my day-to-day life now. Being that I play Path of Exile 2 and I have Helldivers 2 to make content on and have an audience for and have like an audience to stream to. Because it's like if either of these games just suddenly become absolutely destitute and no one plays them anymore, at least I have something else going on. And the fact that I've started branching out also means that like it's more on brand now for me to just like pick up another game that comes out that's popular. So like say if I want to play the Monster Hunter Wilds beta and do like content on it, I know that there's like a decent chance that some folks are going to like recognize me from other games. They're potentially going to watch my content that I make for that game whenever they shift to that game. And it's just, it becomes like a much more secure environment after you get out of the one game. But it is like probably the most stressed I've ever been in my life is like whenever Sony was trying to kill Helldivers. And I just wasn't sure if I was going to be able to like keep doing this or not, or if it was just going to be over one day. And it's the kind of thing that, like, it makes you angry whenever something like that happens out of your control, and it just potentially ruins this good thing. Like,
Don't mind if I do.
you finally hit that break, you know, like you're streaming to an audience of 5 for like 2 years, you pick up YouTube, people are feeling your shit, lightning finally strikes for you, and then the company behind the game just tries to, like, their very damnedest to destroy it, to destroy everything you built. It sucks. It's terrible.
We in nightmare. We that are one.
Storm point.
We that fail.
And the gear that's getting through my filter right now is like good bases, so this could be decent gear. It's all level 82, item level 82 or better. How big's your Helldivers viewership, Vin? It depends. Like, it's low right now. But for example, like if I were to stream Helldivers instead of Path of Exile, it'd probably be about double. Double on YouTube. At least. And probably like quadruple on Twitch. And that's just kind of streams. As far as like viewership of videos, it's actually about the same right now because Helldivers is pretty cold. There's not really been anything new for Helldivers in the last 2 months or so. So people are a little bit, you know, like people aren't really searching YouTube for Helldivers stuff right now because there's nothing new. There's no reason to be searching for Helldivers content right now. It's like one of the driest periods Helldivers has ever had. How do you have almost 100k? Almost 100k. Lots of different things, though, to answer your question. And the weapon set 2, the bossing weapon sets even more damage. Yeah, we're up to 142 now. Yeah, anyway, it's a lot of different things. It's like jewel optimization. Only a 410 DPS bow, but this quiver is damn near Biss. Very, very good quiver. Very good quiver. Pretty solid Howa. Not like amazing Howa, but like pretty damn solid Howa. Really good against the darkness jewel here. That I'm like very much utilizing to its fullest. Another optimization I've made since the build guide was I got I believe it's up here too. I got a Megalomaniac Diamond for Spreading Shock, which allowed me to save all of the points on my mapping setup. That went up to Spreading Shock. I just got rid of all of these points. I saved 8 points. I spent 2 of those 8 getting this jewel slot, so I didn't even lose a jewel slot out of it. I just gained 6 points in exchange for 3 stat nodes, and then, like, let's see, 10, 20, 30% lightning damage and 15% shock chance is all I lost. 3 stats, and then 30% lightning, 15% shock. And then I spent those points that I saved there on maximizing my Against the Darkness jewel, which gave me a lot of extra lightning damage, and extra being the good kind, not increased. So it's like multiplicative, it's much more damage. And it also gave me a lot of chaos res. Ever think Helldivers 2 will get back to 400k concurrent again? Probably not. I don't think 400k. I think it's a little bit much. Helldivers 2 stream that broke 1k IRC, but yeah, I don't think I've played Helldivers 2 in a month. Yeah, we had a crazy... I mean, the night that the Illuminate came out was like the biggest stream of my career, probably. We had 1,200 people watching on YouTube at one point. And that was just YouTube. I think there was almost 200 on Twitch as well. The night the Illuminate came out was insane. As far as like stream, it was completely impossible for me to read chat. Like it was done. I couldn't have a conversation with anybody if I tried. Totally cooked. I'm gonna restart the recording here because we're going into. Actually, no, we'll do 20 at a time. Wait, why did I go back in? I don't want to go back in. Oh wait, no, this is a new one. Okay. On weapon set 1. Weapon set 1, magnified. All right, we're good.
Take this.
Quiver duels are like kind of low-key a scam. The problem with quiver duels is like, at least with my build, it's not a problem with the, like, it's, everything's a trade-off, right? Like, my build is way stronger before someone invests in perfect quiver duels than someone doing the Herald of Ice setup. But the Herald of Ice setup has the advantage. Well, it actually doesn't. Yeah, never mind. It can't. Never mind. Neither of these builds can actually abuse quiver effect to the way that, like, YouTube portrays it. If you try to, you're just gonna go because your projectile level is gonna get too high, your ball lightning is gonna cost too much mana, and then you can't play the game anymore. So, like, going crazy on quiver effect is super double-edged, and you can only do so much of it before you're actually going to break your character and not be able to play bosses anymore. That's why in my build guide, I only say to go for 20% of it to abuse it for 1 extra skill level. But if you just keep going and you like do too much, like with the Adorn Jewel, it's it backfires really fast. The only way I thought that you could potentially take projectile level higher with this build is the possibility of doing a really well-rolled Ingenuity with potentially like a mana corrupted Thief's Torment to just really pump up the amount of mana you're getting back per hit. And then maybe that could sustain a higher Ball Lightning level. Because the unfortunate thing is Ball Lightning is gaining levels. We'd rather it didn't, but Ball Lightning is gaining levels every time we gain projectile levels, which is making us spend way more mana on bosses to the point where we just can't play the game anymore. And yeah, it turns into a pretty big issue. I can actually like demonstrate this. So the astute observers might have noticed that I'm not actually voltaic marking, even though that would be a damage increase. And that's because if I voltaic mark, I spend mana too quickly, I get too many procs, and I can't play the game right now. Yeah, like, see, I was just I'm just insta I can't play. And then the voltaic mark runs off and I can play the game again. It's just too much. Costs too much mana to do that. And I lost DPS, like I couldn't kill him as fast. It actually made my character worse. And that is exactly like what happens if you get too many projectile levels with this build, is like that will happen. But instead of you being able to do something about it by just not voltaic marking, you're just screwed. And it feels so bad because those jewels cost so many divine orbs, right? Like if someone spends the amount of currency to find out that they can't do that, that would suck for them. In your opinion, is our build the best build for economy reset league start? I don't have firsthand experience with other league starters or other builds that felt good with league start, but I will say that from my firsthand experience with Lightning Arrow, I had a very positive experience. Despite having very limited PoE 1 experience, I had very good experience with this build, playing through campaign, playing through endgame, getting to this point with the character. It all felt really smooth. I didn't at any point feel stuck. I never felt like I didn't have the currency to advance. It always felt like a smooth experience. So I think that those are the qualities of a good league starter. I would say that we have that. I don't know if I would say we're the best league starter. I just don't have enough experience with
Nature's
other
fury.
builds to say that definitively, but I would say it is a very good one. Especially considering we just did the pimp my character thing before this stream. Pimp my build and like built an entire lightning arrow ranger with my build setup gear set for under 2 divine orbs. That's like able to take on anything pretty much. That's insane value. Even my build and it was beautiful. Yeah, I would say like that's very telling that it's a really good league starter whenever you can throw so little into it and like be so squared away. And the only unique we like really need, we only need it for pinnacles, and it's at the end of the day, it's a campaign unique. It drops for Mac 2. So it's never going to be like a particularly expensive one. Like it can be chance orbed, it can drop from Mac 2. And you don't even need it before you're doing pinnacles. Like my 4th Ascendancy was done without Thief's Torment. Didn't have it yet. I got it afterward. I got it shortly after 4th Ascendancy because I started carrying people through 4th Ascendancy for Exalted Orbs. Which it definitely wasn't the cleanest. Like, you know, it cost me a lot of mana. I would go in between phases. I'd have to wait for my flask to come back. Just regen in between his phases. So it wasn't clean carrying people, but I was able to do it. And that was whenever my build was worth like less than a couple divine orbs.
Strong point.
Where white stellars drop the most? I don't feel like they drop the most from particularly anywhere. Which unique? Thief's Torment. This character is the first I ever made this type of game. I've carried my uncle who's been playing PoE1 for 10 years. He just started his own Deadeye character and he says it feels so strong and how it feels good at every stage of the game, even at a budget. Only thing I bought him was Thief's Torment. Yeah, that's sick. Like that's the feedback I've been getting pretty much across the board for this build is like it feels budget friendly, it feels good at all stages. The only thing anyone ever feels is like lacking about it is like they'll say that it's squishy whenever you're getting into endgame mapping, and it is squishy, but like at the end of the day, right, we're playing a Deadeye. Like Deadeye not known for being super tanky. Yeah, you can get Instrumentus from those. I've been selling them lately just because people are starting to pay really dumb amounts of currency for Stellars. And I don't really believe in my chance luck anymore. Yep, Thief's Torment is just a random drop in Act 2. How are you not losing mana? Thief's Torment. There was actually someone that commented, like, why do you play with no health or mana numbers? And then I was like, well, I either have infinite mana or 0 mana, and I either have maximum life because I get life on hit. I'm constantly healing every time I attack anything. My life is either 100% or it's 0. So there's not really a need to see the numerical value of my life and my mana at any given time, because the fact of the matter is it's either 100 or it's 0. So the only thing that really matters is the bars above my head at that point. To give me an idea of what's going on.
Storm point.
But I think if I like move my eyes down to my actual life gauge to see the numerical amount, I would just like end up dead. At some point. For sure. So yeah, that's why I play with that off. It just doesn't seem like it does anything for me. What's Thief's Torment? This is Thief's Torment. 18 mana back per enemy hit with attacks. And 25, now 30 life. Okay, so 18 mana back and 30 life per enemy hit with attacks. And because I'm stacking up 20 lightning rods, each of my 20 lightning rods counts as a hit. So I'm getting 360 mana back every attack, basically, against bosses. On LA Ranger, if you have to worry about your health, you either are already dead or messed up and are about to be dead. Yeah, like if you lose life on Deadeye, either you instantly heal it back to full and it's like it didn't happen, or you're about to be hit again and die, or you just got stunned after being hit and you're going to die. And there's like no there's no in-betweens. So there's not really any need to see your health or mana. And we don't use ES, so there's nothing to track there.
That dreamed. We in nightmare. We that
Market rate for Stellar? I'm actually not sure. It's being price fixed above it's being price fixed above 70 Exalted Orb at the moment.
we that fail.
Last I looked. So more than 70. Know that. I got spammed for 70. Thought it was like 15 to 20? No. Not anymore. Not for a while. Yeah, no, they're very expensive items. It's because people started doing streamer content where they did like 100 Estramentus attempts. Like 100 chances versus Stellar Amulets. And then they would like pay bulk buyers to go out and get them for them. And because they just have fuck you amounts of money, they can just throw any amount of money at the bulk buyers to go find them and go like price fix for them. And that's been happening a lot as like content is getting just like, you know, a little bit drier and drier as we get deeper into the league. So creators are like, you know, why not, right? Might as well do like an Estramentus attempt video. It's good content, no hate. Like I actually kind of enjoy watching people gamble gamble items in this game to that degree. It's like fun to watch. It's exciting, right?
Storm point.
Thanks for all the info. Yeah, no problem. $100 a day at the moment. $200 plus of playtime. Maybe we could get you on an episode of Pimp My Build. I wonder if that's like YouTube allowed. Do you guys think it's YouTube allowed to call a series Pimp My Build? Do you think I get in trouble for that in 2025, or do you think that's chill?
What luck?
What's that? I have this idea to do videos where we bring in a member of the community and record a session where like they give me a budget for how much they're willing to spend on their character, and I see how much I can improve their character through the market with it. And we make a video out of it, of Pimp My Build.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
Storm point.
Saw a broken sun. We that fail.
Yeah, I have a good build. It just sucked. Hey, fair enough, man. Yeah, like Pimp My Ride. Exactly like that. What's going on with the market lately? They solved a lot of dupes. Like there was a mirror dupe that got solved. And there was some other things. And now that like those dupes have been sorted, exalts are back to being worthless, or like more worthless. And the thing that happens whenever something like that starts to crash is everybody panics that was sitting on exalted orbs. They're like, oh my god, this shit's getting worthless by the moment. I need to get rid of it. And then everyone throws their exalteds up onto the currency exchange at the same time. Because they're like, I need to get out of this. I need to get to the divines. I need to be on divines. And then every time someone does that, and like everyone should do that, I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying like this is how it happens. Every time they do that, divines get comparatively more valuable. And exalted get comparatively less valuable. Because there's just more and more exalted orbs sitting in the currency exchange that nobody wants. And less divine orbs for people to trade for. And whenever there's some kind of major shift, like a dupe being fixed, a scare, if you will, that's when everyone starts to immediately jump ship on having any exalted orbs in their inventory. Nobody wants to be holding any exalted orbs because they're just devaluing by the moment. Why would you want to hold on to them, right? But if you just give it a little while, it'll like start to normalize. It's never going to go back down, but it probably won't sit at the amount that it's currently at. It'll probably like normalize a bit over the weekend.
Nature's fury.
That's just a guess, right? Like I'm no economics major. I just play video games. I'm down to get an episode of Pimp My Build, by the way. Budget 1 div. I don't know what I could do with 1 div, but I could try. Build looks so good. How expensive is this? We actually we just built a budget version of this build on less than 2 divine orbs. And when I say built a character on less than 2 divines, I mean bow, quiver, hat, chest, belt, boots, gloves, ring, even got the Thief's Torment, 4 jewels, all less than 2 divs. Didn't do the amulet, admittedly, but I can say with confidence that you can build a character that is solid with this build for under 5 divine orbs. Guaranteed. And I know that for a fact because I literally just did it.
We that dreamed.
Yeah, I literally replaced everything but your amulet. Because the amulet was actually low-key cracked.
The red fire blooms. The abyss knocks once. We that fail.
Yes.
It was actually a lot of fun. It was just like very vindicating because I always knew that this build was budget friendly, but like whenever I made the video and I talked about the budget items, I basically just like used search parameters to find items that I would say were like budget friendly pieces. And then I put the prices in the video, but I couldn't put links because I didn't want people to like take my links and then just like price gouge.
Charged arrow.
But now, like, today, I literally did it myself and did it for under 2 divine orbs. So I know for a fact that it's possible to play this character at a high level on a very reasonable budget. In all fairness, I would say that I'm pretty good at navigating the market at this point. Like, the trade site, pretty adept at that, especially when it comes to ranger gear. But that's why I'm also saying, like, someone could definitely make a confident setup of what I've got going on for 5 divine orbs. Like, if I can do it for under 2, anybody can do it for 5. Certainly anyone can do it for 5. And like, no shade, but like the same-ish time that I did my build update video, where like I had a budget set up inside the video, I saw that Bubgun had done like a build update thing, or not even an update thing, but he did like a budget version video, and it was like 26 divine budget lightning arrow. And it's like, brother, you've lost the plot if you think you are so out of touch if you think 26 divines is like budget friendly for people. No one is going to look at that and say, yeah, 26 divines, that's a bargain. That's crazy talk. No one wants to spend 26 divines getting into a build for the first time. Because you make those kind of videos, you're addressing people that probably like don't even have 2 divines. Maybe they have 3 at best. What's your definition of budget again? I mean, I would say my definition of budget this late in the league, like, it depends, right? If someone's just starting endgame, then their budget is maybe 1 divine worth of items. That's about all they're gonna have, at best, and probably not even that. Someone out of campaign definitely doesn't even have a divine at this point. Exalteds are so devalued. So, like, a starter kit to, like, start mapping, that budget would probably be, like, I don't know, 30x. 30x at most, I think. 30x, 50x is what you would have to pull together to get someone started in endgame. But, like, as far as putting together an endgame character with this build that could do all content, I would say that's under 5 divs.
Go on.
I can say that pretty confidently. So it depends on who I'm addressing, right? Like, if I'm addressing someone that's been mapping for a while, and is like up to T15 maps, then under 5 divs, under 3 divs. That's like a budget setup. But if I'm addressing someone that just got out of campaign, that's like 20, 30x is what we have to be talking about. That's what I was falling in Brick did. I only started putting divines into my build the other day. The only expensive gear I had was Hawa. Brought scuffed ones. The rest of my gear is like under 20x each, and it clears T15s. Yeah, it's awesome. That's great. Have to be like a level 80 character too, right? Probably. Very late here. I'm asleep. Wishing you a wonderful stream, everyone. Thank you, Husky. Have a good night. Keep going. You're going to be one of the biggest PoE content creators out there because you actually care and relate to your community. Not too many streamers like that anymore. I mean, I don't know. I just I just like streaming. I just like talking to people. I like helping. I've always like in my friend groups, I've always been the numbers guy. I've always been the like try to help and optimize everyone else's shit person. Like I just like to try and help people maximize the amount of fun they're having with the game, or try to maximize their characters so that they can have as much fun as I do. And I think that like comes from a lifetime of like getting my friends into games, or getting into games that my friends get into, and then not wanting them to quit before me. so I like built up this repertoire of like always improving everyone else's characters and looking up like looking into how to make everyone else's builds as best they could, just to try and keep them around as long as I could. I didn't want them to quit, because everyone has that group of friends that's just like a bunch of game hoppers, right? They'll get you into something, you'll be really feeling it for like 2 weeks, and then you'll go to log on and no one's playing it anymore. They're back to playing League of Legends or something. What was the div budget for the new thumbnail? The thumbnail art, I honestly do not know what the thumbnail art would normally cost. I couldn't tell you. I have a pretty solid arrangement with my channel artist. So I don't know what her normal going price for something like that would be, but she does do commissions, and I will say that she's very affordable as far as like artists are concerned, comparatively to most. I put her Twitter in the video description as well. Thumbnail art. Yeah, the thumbnail's pretty peak, not gonna lie. She definitely cooked with that. Her idea, by the way. It was her idea. Nice, another wrap. We're starting to get wraps now. The first 10 was just, you know, not great. It's getting a little bit better, though.
Go on.
Any recommendation for Simulacrum as Deadeye? I have probably around 15 to 20 divs character, and I'm still getting clapped. Just to level with you, Simulacrum is very hard on Deadeye. It is just very difficult content. It's really just like, Yeah, it's just kind of hard. Like, you can do it if you really lock in and focus, but like, you know, sometimes you will just lose, which is why I don't farm that content. I did it enough to get my my points. I did it whenever it was requested last stream, just to like show it. But I don't farm that content because I know it's very difficult for Deadeye. Because the thing is, if you roll a map mod that's just completely screwed, like the enemy has bonus accuracy and bonus chaos damage, that is rough. You can just potentially be one-shot out of nowhere. They did make it better this patch, though. Like, the fact that you can actually hit the Delirium Demons immediately on spawn helps so much. But at the same time, it's like, it's still so hard. All it takes is, like, the boss just spawning right in front of you and swinging immediately with, like, bonus chaos damage and accuracy, and it just kills you in one hit. So you really just gotta sit all the way up and just do the best you can, or find some friends to do it with. Because the other thing about Simulacrum is
Fury.
you, I think I forgot to switch weapon set. So the other thing with Simulacrum is you can do it with groups. Only the host will get the points, but you can just alternate who's putting the Simulacrum in. And if somebody dies, they can use the portal to come back in. Instead of, like, being alone, and then you die once and it's over. It makes it a lot more, a lot safer, a lot more likely that you'll succeed. So if you get tired of, like, just trying to do it on your own, that would be the easiest way to answer that. I'm also pretty sure that, like, there's probably quite a few folks in my community Discord at this point that could probably go for getting their Simulacrums done. You guys could, like, start grouping up to do it. And the other thing about doing it in a group is, like, your AoE coverage just gets better and better, right? Like, if you have more people just insta-clapping mobs as they spawn, that's more likely that they're not even going to be able to get a hit off or move at all. It just makes the whole experience more safe when you have more people. The boss's health goes up, though, so probably don't, like, do it with a party of 6 or anything, but, like, 2, 3 probably just makes the experience overall a lot easier than doing it alone. Wow, that's a lot of breach rings.
Now this will come in handy.
I have no idea why the ultimatums are still showing up. I have those filtered out. Linked her to a friend looking for a piece for his son's mech warrior with an angry German guy. That's cool. Are you thinking about making a new build? Yeah, I've considered making, like, some new stuff. I was thinking about trying crit Deadeye, because the math came out with crit, and crit's pretty OP. So I was thinking about doing that if I have the currency to do it, just to, like, demonstrate if it's good or not. I was thinking about doing a spiral volley snipe setup, just as, like, something different to see how that compares. I was thinking about doing potentially some stuff with Flicker Strike, just because Flicker Strike's a really fun playstyle. I thought maybe I could, like, throw my hand into making a guide for Flicker Strike builds. You know, like, there's obviously already some pretty good guides out there for Flicker Strike, but, you know, potentially maybe I could add something to the discussion. Maybe I could tweak something. Maybe I could just, you know, explain it better than most, right? So I was thinking about maybe doing that. Or hell, like maybe even gas arrow. I want crossbow mercenary to be good, but it just doesn't seem like the way at the moment. There's a lot of things I also just want to be in the game that I would like to play. Like, I'd like to play Shadow, I'd like to play Templar. I would like to play with swords.
That are one.
Storm point.
Lies true. We split our flesh.
Oh, I got a diamond. This is the first diamond. Hey there, Coco. Alright, so we got our first diamond on number 19. What's the main stat that you're looking for in that rang? And can I use Ingenuity? You could use Ingenuity with it. I've thought about maybe trying to do something with Ingenuity, but it's like... It's kind of tough. To make that work, statistically, because I need my belt for resistances. I kind of like my belt for the strength because I need the strength for my support gems, and losing the maximum life on the belt hurts too. So using Ingenuity like has a pretty steep opportunity cost there, and I don't know. I haven't had a chance to try it, but I kind of want to try it just so I can experiment with like how high you could take skill levels. If you had like a really good Ingenuity, like above 80% Ingenuity, so you're just like almost doubling that mana on hit. I'm very curious what that could mean for the build if you could do that. But I also am not curious enough to like front the cost for Ingenuity and move all of my gear around just to try it this late in the league, right? It's something that I will potentially look into, but I'm pretty content with what we've put together already. And if we're talking about optimizations that are made with an Ingenuity belt that costs 20 Divine Orbs, it doesn't really feel like the audience I'm looking into that and experimenting on that is going to be a very large one. Because even if I were to say, hey guys, you know, Ingenuity with the Thief's Ring actually like really cooks. It's super good. All you got to do is put 20 Divine Orbs into an Ingenuity and somehow solve your resistances without your belt. I don't know who would be there for that. Especially whenever I'm also like, and you could already do all content before you did this anyways. It's kind of the same reason I haven't talked about the Against the Darkness duel, this meta for our build. That's like 4% extra lightning damage, right? Especially because if I talk about it in the form of media of a video, the price increases too. So those that I do talk to it about on stream, that hear about it, you know, that probably doesn't affect the price too much. I make a video and like a lot of people see it, especially because, you know, some non-LA Deadeyes might see it too. Like, oh, this jewel's really valuable. I'm a price gouge that. And then like all of a sudden the amount of people that can actually benefit from those kinds of expensive breakthroughs that I'm making in the build just dwindles, right? Like probably just nobody at that point that can even make gain any benefit from that anymore.
I need more mana.
And then it's like, well, why did I even make the content? No one could even benefit from the content. Oh, I was still on weapon set too. That's funny. Didn't even notice. I don't know why the hammers are still showing up. I said hammers should be off. Didn't think of resistances. Yeah. Do you run REC running higher ES or some ES with acro for simulacrum? No, I just do full evasion. I do full evasion in simulacrum. I don't change. The problem I have with ES hybrid on Deadeye is like you can never achieve anything close to what a monk will or like what a stormweaver can in ES or a witch can in ES, and it's like we have to spend so many points, and it's such an opportunity cost in our passive tree just to try to emulate what these other classes are doing with ES. I feel like it's better to just stay in our wheelhouse, scale acrobatics, get really evasive, and just, you know, if we know a hit could potentially kill us, do our best to avoid it. You know, don't rely on the evasion to save you, but on the event you mess up, you know, if evasion's got you, awesome. That's just kind of how I look at it. Like, I've gotten to the point now where every attack only has a 20% chance to hit me. But I still play, I would say, like, I play as if every hit could hit me. That being said, during Simulacrum, I do a lot of rolling around. Simulacrum goes a lot like this. Like keeping up Orb of Storms, keeping up Lightning Rods, rolling through things, rolling past enemies, trying to roll away from where they're coming from, and just staying as far the hell away from every enemy as I can while the Lightning Rods tick on the ground from the Orb of Storms and kill everything. Pretty much what it comes down to.
Yes.
Especially when the bosses first spawn, it's really important to like not try to vibe check the boss as soon as it spawns, because they usually spawn halfway through an attack animation, and that can just insta clap you. So I usually like exercise a lot of caution when the boss first spawns, and then like try to nuke them from there. All right, we did another 10. That was another 10. So we got 40 of these left. We have 40 Breachstones left. We've currently gotten 4 wraps in total, and we have 1 jewel. So chances are pretty good that I've lost money thus far. But, you know, we'll see if we can recover going forward. Who knows, right? I'm going to restart the recording because I want to do these in like batches of 20, batches of 10. So it's a little bit easier to pick through later. You going to corrupt the wraps? Yes. But first we're going to tally the value. We're going to tally the value without corrupting anything and without divining anything. Just to see what the raw takeaway is.
Storming arrow.
Because ideally, we make our money back without corrupting. If we can make our money back without corrupting, then that makes it a safe investment. If we have to also corrupt things to make a profit, then that makes it a less accessible farming technique for the community generally. Although I suppose this is already a pretty advanced currency strategy, considering you need a character that can blast T4 Xesht. It doesn't necessarily have to be T4 Xesht. Pretty sure you could blast T1 Xesht, and you'd have a really reasonable chance of just, like, making money off of wraps. It's just the jewel pops up once you start doing T4 Xesht. You know, Loopy, thanks for the 11 months, man. Almost been a year. Let's go. And we're like getting decent experience out of this too. That's kind of one of the highlights, to be honest. The fact that the experience isn't completely terrible and it's not mapping is kind of a miracle in and of itself. Most of the good currency strategies that are not mapping just give absolutely nothing in the way of experience. But we're at 87%.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one. Thought by thought, destiny unwinds. The we that fail.
Opening and closing logbooks gives tons of XP.
Go on.
What level am I? I am 96. This is pretty fast too. Like, we get through these really quick, especially because I'm streaming while doing this. So you know, like I'm talking a lot more. If I were to just like be listening to music or something and vibing, probably get through them in like under 3 minutes each, I'd imagine. Just turn my brain off for a while. But I'll probably do one of two things. I'll either do a guide to the boss, like a boss guide, a guide to the Twisted Domain, or I'll just roll that into a currency farming test video. Which is probably the direction that I'll go. So something my good friend Loopy has proven to me is folks really like those currency testing kind of videos. I can understand why. It's good content.
Don't mind if I do.
Is the goal for jewels to get 20% quiver effect? Yes, you want 20% quiver effect. Total out of your jewels. It's like the budget option. The absolute maximum anyone with our build should probably go is 70%, but I haven't done that, and I'll probably never do that. I don't think it's likely to return enough return for it to like actually be worth doing.
Storm point.
Teach us how to be like Elon Musk. Would love to see a tankier version of it. I mean, there's costs to everything. You can't just be tanky on a Deadeye without losing a lot of other things. Like an ES version of this would not be as strong in any regard. And it wouldn't even be particularly tankier either. Deadeye just isn't meant to be built tanky. Unless someone does it just for content. But then, like, that's kind of disingenuous, because I would never in my life recommend someone run, like, an endgame Deadeye with ES. I'd tell them to play Stormweaver or Monk. Yeah, our tankiness is evading and always being at maximum life or 0 life. That's our tankiness.
Quick and lethal. I don't have enough
The only attacks you have to worry about evading are the ones that can deal 2300 life in a single hit. Anything below that, you just life on hit through it. Like it doesn't exist. Now, that being said, I do recommend, you know, like, using ES through campaign on this build, but that's because evasion is, like, borderline worthless throughout the campaign, because every single boss does physical slams. And you don't have enough evasion to do acro in campaign, so the evasion doesn't do anything for you against bosses, and it just feels really bad, because you'll just get one-shot by bosses running full evasion. I think, like, that probably contributed a lot to people, like, starting to just do ES builds and not doing evasion anymore once they reach endgame. But then evasion scales so supremely well in endgame, it's crazy. And it's super underutilized too, and you can tell just by looking at emeralds with 20% evasion on them and how cheap they are to run with like 3 other meta stats, just evasion, damage, attack speed, move speed, or attack speed, like those jewels are so cheap compared to some of the other ones people talk about. Which is partially just because, you know, a lot of people that use emeralds are monks. So obviously they don't care about doing just evasion with their jewels because they want hybrid stats. But also, like, there's a lot of Deadeye that I think have been, like, kind of conned into ES. Or tricked themselves into running ES in endgame.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one, we are fury. The abyss knocks once, we that fail.
How many reps? I don't know, like 4, I think. We're going towards 30 Breachstones now. I think we're at like 23, 24 Breachstones. We have 4 reps, I believe.
Yes.
Hold a random jewel. I got 15%. Should I sell it for 4x 5%, or is it not worth much anymore? Rolled a random jewel and got 15%. Are we talking about quiver effect? You mixed your swaps? Did I? No. Yeah, I think I mixed that
Shocking.
swap. Thank you. Hey, new here. Thanks for all you do. Good evasion percent for the end game. Good evasion percentage for the end game is you want to get your evasion above 70% with acrobatics on without your tailwind stack. If you can do that, you'll be in a good spot. Because the problem with going lower than that is your tailwind will get popped constantly when you're just getting into the end game evasion acrobatics ordeal. And you don't want to have to rely on tailwind to keep you alive. And it just feels bad losing your ascendancy constantly. And whenever you're below that mark, you tend to lose your tailwind quite often. And by all means, continue to take it higher past that. Like, I'm at 80% now. But that's like deep end game being at 80 with Acro and Hawa. It could probably be achieved earlier without going Hawa, but Hawa is such a big DPS increase that it's hard to like just do basic normal gloves with evasion instead. I feel like it's never worth it. But the 70% is pretty achievable. Appreciate the tutorial taken. Appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. 15% increased bonus for equipped quiver. I'm gonna be honest with you, I would sell it. If I had a 15% quiver jewel, I would sell it. To me, the quiver effect jewel, I only want 2 quiver effect jewels, and they just need to add up to 20%. Neither of them need to be 15. It would be a little bit more damage if they're 15, sure. But the amount of cost difference isn't worth it to me. That can't be real. This has to be a misclick. There's no way this thing's worth a divine orb. No one's buying this for a divine orb. I don't even know why I have these in here.
Go on.
Yeah, they probably misclicked. Understandably so. I crashed my game. Why did my game crash? Hmm. I swap weapons all the time.
Nature's fury.
Like, I swap weapons all the time. Clean the filter. It seemed like the person, like, leaving the party at the same time as me, like, moving weapon sets caused some kind of crash. It didn't feel like it was related to weapon swapping. Like, I swap weapons all the time. Like I had just swapped at the beginning of the last breach. And like maybe it can cause a crash, but like I had done that several times already.
I'm out of mana. No mana. Shocking.
Hey there, Ice. What's up, man? Do you feel that Howa is valued correct at 10 plus div? Definitely not. Like a standard stock run-of-the-mill Howa? No, absolutely not. Run-of-the-mill Howas are like D4
We that
at this point.
we in nightmare. We that are one. Fate lies truth. We that fail.
See you, Kami.
Speed.
That's 25 stones down.
Barely broke a sweat. No mana.
Loopy brought this up to me the other day, and I feel very strongly about this. When you do normal breaches inside of your maps, 110%, they need to make it so breach ends. Whenever breach ends, it drops all of the loot at your feet like Delirium and like this does. Having to like walk around to pick up pennies is toxic. It's like no one's looting during the breach. You have to loot after breach, and the looting sucks. I get the feel the weight of it bullshit, but that shit sucks. Especially this deep in the league, and now we're talking about a breach splinter being worth like a fifth of an X. That feels bad. Just, you know, let me breach, let me have fun, and then leave all of my splinters at my feet at the end.
Take this!
At the very least, the splinters. Like, you know, if you're gonna make me run around and pick up the exalts and the gear and whatever, fine. But drop the breach splinters at my feet, please. Oh, I got a chance. That's cute.
What luck?
Expert duels. Is your ball Boss Atlas maxed? Yeah. Yeah, I have everything. I have everything maxed except for Expedition. I just haven't done Expedition yet, but I will do Expedition if my latest guide to Ritual does 2,000 likes. If that happens, then I will take the time to do Expedition. But that is the only way I will take the time to do Expedition. I do not like this mechanic. I do not like Expedition at all. That is my least favorite activity in the game. I like Breach. I like Delirium. I love Ritual. I do not like Expedition. And yeah, everything is maxed except for Expedition. You got me with that thumbnail again. It's like an S tier thumbnail on the reel. It's a good thumbnail.
That dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
Storm point.
Lies true. We that fail.
Like, all I'm saying is if DS Lily can do the holiday knees thumbnail for like 3 weeks straight, then I am allowed to milk my artist's thumbnail on my stream for a while. 100%. I think that's only fair. You know? That's just the game we play. I don't think she stopped using that till halfway through January. She's full of holiday spirit. And I can respect it. I respect the hustle.
Storming arrow. An easy trophy.
Playing myself, not really charity. Sorry, I'm watching the farm. Watching the farm so I can farm while you farm and we can all farm together. Amen. I feel like that's like low-key kind of what ends up happening a lot with my chat is like, you know, sometimes I'll peek like how many folks are watching on YouTube and it'll be really high compared to what I would expect. But then I'm like, oh, it's because you guys are like watching and or listening to me on your second monitor while you play. And then it all makes sense. Why there could be like, you know, 60 to 90 folks watching on YouTube, but then like the chat moves like there's, you know, between 5 and 10. So we're just all grinding together, really. I can respect some secondhand dopamine. I'm here for it. I do the same shit. Want to play at the same time? I don't think it's weird. It's the same thing as like, it's literally secondhand dopamine. It's secondhand dopamine. It makes perfect sense to watch other people play PoE while playing PoE. Oh, Jays, there's like a really easy solution to that. You just do this. You know, you just turn it off. I haven't had global chat on for weeks.
That dreamed. lies truth. We that fail.
Watching stream in second monitor. That's awesome. Hey there, Walloper. What's up, man?
Barely broke a sweat.
I've actually been thinking about this lately, Walloper. Does anyone in the Blitz Divers like stream the world record attempt? Because I feel like speedrunning communities in games are more of like a stream-friendly kind of content vibe than like a video.
I need more mana.
I feel like it's like more popular that you just want to like be there in the moment whenever someone scores a world record and you want to see it yourself firsthand, then you want to watch a video. At least that's how I think about it. Like, yeah. Only on Discord. Like, I feel like there's probably a good amount of folks in the Helldivers community that would like to like watch you guys attempt world records. And see what goes into that.
We that dreamed
Yeah, I feel like it would be good Twitch or YouTube content.
nightmare. We that power
Well, like YouTube content in the sense like stream content.
lies truth. We that fail.
Yes.
I'm gonna break this. There it goes. We are almost full on the emergency dump tab. It's not looking good for the dump tabs. Got like too many bases. I'm gonna start using the guild tab soon. What are you farming this on? 4. This is level 4 Xesht. Max level Xesht. Wait, Atlas. Yep, level 4, max level.
I don't have enough
How much ES? I don't have any ES. I have 23 ES. It's just how I glove.
Nature's fury.
I'm currently 80% with acro on. Yeah. Yeah, like 70% acro is when it starts to feel worth it. But like, evasion isn't about feeling tanky per se. Like, evasion builds just can't feel tanky. You never feel safe because there's always a chance that something could hit you hard enough to kill you. But the thing about ES is you just get hit multiple times because you get stunned and then you die anyways.
Go on.
So it's like, there's just massive opportunity cost to still die anyway. So it's just like not worth it. Spend a whole bunch of points in the passive tree. Don't get to run acrobatics to have the evasion be more meaningful than just projectiles and melees. And then it's all just to maybe not be one shot sometimes. When you already wouldn't have been one shot, you know, like 70% of the time with evasion anyways. And then you still like probably have a handful or more times with energy shield where you just like get two shot. Yeah, ES is just cooked for Deadeye. I don't see any reason to run it in the end game. In campaign, it makes perfect sense. Early mapping, it makes perfect sense. But everyone should absolutely transition to full evasion on their Deadeye. And just, you know, if you die, you die. You're a Deadeye. It is what it is. You'll die every once in a while, maybe. But whenever you're above level 90, you just run amelioration in your inventory, and it's fine. You make good progress regardless. And there's also, like, something to be said of, like, you know, identify the things that can one-shot you, and just try to avoid them, you know? Like, actually physically try to avoid it. As long as you're avoiding the things that can one-shot you, you're basically invincible. Because you're just constantly healing back to full HP. Anything that can't one-shot you just cannot kill you, period. So if you're just good at avoiding the things that you know can do enough damage to kill you in one hit, then you're practically invincible. I.e., don't run through a bunch of on-death effects, basically, is what it comes down to. Don't run through on-death effects. Don't take chances with melee slam attacks from bosses. Like, whenever I'm doing this T4 Xesht farm, like, I'm not taking chances, I'm avoiding his first attack, and then I'm killing him. Yes, his energy shield. The only problem is I have 1.8k life. Life, definitely, every bit of life you get makes things feel a lot better, because it just decreases the likelihood that anything can even one-shot you.
The abyss knocks once.
Every time you get more HP, you're just reducing the list of things that can actually even physically one-shot. It just feels better and better and better. I'm kind of at the point where I don't feel like I could really get much more maximum life than what I currently have. But I've had enough time at this point where it's like I'm pretty accustomed with what can and cannot kill me in one hit. And I take special care to avoid those things, like whatever they may be. And then everything else we just run through like a psychopath because we can't die if it's not a one hit. I think it's really funny that we can just stand in Arbiter's Beam at the beginning of the fight because we just have so much heal on hit that we just keep bouncing back to full HP and it can't really hurt us. Now that being said, would I ever play a full evasion character in Hardcore League?
I need more mana.
Hell no. Obviously not. Definitely not a hardcore friendly mindset. But I also wouldn't play Deadeye if I was playing hardcore.
I don't have enough mana.
Move your bow and quiver. I've been trying to figure out, but I'm lacking the key knowledge. Okay, so basically what's happening is I've optimized my passive tree so that points that are spent on weapon set 1, that being these red lines here, you know, things like area of effect, first strike damage up here, like damage against enemies with full life, stuff like this is optimized onto weapon set 1, which is what I'm using to clear the map. And then once we get to the boss, weapon set 2 is optimized for killing bosses. So we have elite damage, or not elite damage, rare damage, rare and unique damage here, right? And then we have up here, this is just to get the 4% extra lightning damage from my against the darkness. Same with this, 4% extra lightning damage, 5% attack speed. And yeah, that pretty much just doing that to optimize the amount of damage I do against the boss. So that's why I just do this quick little swap. And whenever I do that swap, like my DPS also goes up, right? Like I'm at 81.8. I switch to the bossing set. Now I'm at 88. And I'm also switching a jewel here. So this jewel is extra area of effect. This is less area of effect, but 40% more area damage. And it's all just to like quickly optimize the amount of damage I do to the boss. I kill the boss, I leave, I switch back.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one.
Storm point.
Lies true. We that fail.
That one-hand attack is a really good example. I know if I get hit in the face with that, it can potentially one-shot me, and that's why you see me avoid it every single round. Because I just don't want to take the chance on it. It won't hit me 80% of the time, but 20% of the time it will. So I just avoid it. That's kind of one of the nice things, though, about evasion is, like, most of the things that actually can one-shot you, that you can just, like, make note, yeah, that can kill me, I'm gonna avoid that. Most of those things are actually pretty damn slow. They're typically pretty easy to avoid. Need the dex on my quiver to use my bow? Oh. Oh, yeah, the swap is scuffed for you then, yeah. Maybe the answer then is on your weapon set 2, you keep a bow with dexterity on. Like all it has to have is dexterity, right? Or maybe the opposite. Evasion with 72% and acrobatics is good. Yeah, as long as that's without Tailwind stack. You don't want Tailwind to be part of your equation. If Tailwind's part of the equation, it's gonna feel really bad whenever it gets knocked off, and it'll get knocked off pretty commonly whenever you're like in the 70-ish% range. Also, this kind of goes without saying. I know like we talk about how squishy we are or are not, but also like make sure to be checking your maps, guys. Like, don't play maps where the monsters get 50% more accuracy whenever you're playing an evasion build. Easy way to avoid that too is just like in your map tab, type in the little search window the word accuracy, and just anything that's highlighted, throw that shit out or give it to a friend. Like trade your friends for their maps that don't have accuracy bonus on the enemies. Anybody not running an evasion build will happily take the accuracy maps off your hands in exchange for other maps. But yeah, like going into a map where the enemy has bonus accuracy, just kind of asking for trouble.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one. Fate lies true. The abyss knocks we that fail.
Ooh, it's feeling a little unfortunate, not gonna lie. Feels like we're getting very few drops here. Not looking good.
Time is not on our side.
Selling the maps back to Toriani feels right. We kind of have like a... Me and Loopy kind of have a system because we're like the last two people left playing in our guild at the moment. Where like if he gets maps that have the negative health regeneration rate, his build basically doesn't work on those maps. So he puts them in the guild storage, and then whenever I get maps with accuracy, I put them in the guild storage, and we just like trade them pretty casually. It's good to make those kind of arrangements with your friends that are playing different builds than you. Because most builds have something that just makes them a lot less fun to play or a lot less comfortable mapping that they're keen to get rid of. And a lot of it are things that evasion characters don't mind. For example, a really good one would be like we don't really care about poison, we don't care about bleed, we don't care about negative life and mana regeneration and ES regeneration. Like, we don't care about any of that. But accuracy and enemy ailment threshold, we care a lot about that. That sucks. We hate those.
Thunderous shot.
That was something I actually wanted to throw in the build guide video, but like it was already an hour long, so like, you know, you gotta make some room somewhere. Good amount of evasion if you're using acrobatics is 70% without your tailwind stack, and then you want to just scale from there. With Thief's Torment, how much dex int are you running? My character is currently sitting at 316 dex, 162 int. Writing down the extra ideas for future videos, right? I'm not like writing them down, but like I have a list in my head of things that I want to do. We'll have to see how the video I released today goes. If it doesn't like perform, then I'm gonna end up probably not doing the expedition guide, which, you know, I'll be pretty okay with because I don't really care for expedition. And then we'll move on to like some of these other content ideas we've been talking about tonight. Like, I'm probably gonna make this a video, what we're doing right now, farming 60 Breachstones.
Go on.
This is pretty good YouTube content. People love seeing this kind of stuff get tested. All right, the emergency dump has been dumped. There are too many bases. There are too many items that could potentially be worth money. Running around without any basic 2 Apex jewels for their builds, and it's kind of something that GGG needs to bring new player attention. Those will keep feeling weak. Write these ideas down. Pick a minion witch. I don't think I'd play minion witch this deep in the league. I feel like minion witch is like something you play at the beginning. Minion witch, really, really good starter. Minion witch, really, really good for hardcore. Minion witch, not good for my sanity. Definitely not my cup of liberty. Never been a big like minion pet kind of class player. Necromancer, none of that kind of stuff. I prefer hands-on builds. Any good drops from the breaches? Nope, we're actually kind of getting hosed. I feel like there's actually a pretty good chance by the time we finish this that I might actually lose money. But we'll see. You know, like, we still have quite a lot of Breachstones left to do.
Quick and lethal.
Yeah, drops wise, getting kind of hosed. Haven't really gotten, I don't think I've gotten any more wraps in this set of 10. We've only gotten 1 diamond in the last, I think, 30 Breachstones
Storming arrow.
when it's a 10% drop. So that's pretty fucked up. To be honest. RNG, pretty fucked up tonight.
Bit of mana.
For some reason, I turned the stream on and the RNG dies. Instantly. I turn the stream off, I go into a ritual, I immediately get an audience with the king, and pocket it in the exact same map. I don't even have to go defer it, nothing. I just instantly have enough points for it and get it. But I try to demonstrate on that. I try to demonstrate that on stream, and we go like 3 days brick solid, no audience with the king. Liberty mention.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. We are fury. We that fail.
Taken, like, dude, bottom line, the jewel is a 10% drop chance. I've done 30 breaches, and I have 1.
Speak.
That is bad RNG. All I'm saying is that I have had bad RNG thus far. Because I have. Definitively, I have. There's no argument that this has been bad RNG. This is a bad demonstration. thus far. And then I said, you know, we'll see in the back half if it gets better. But so far, it's pretty bad. I don't forget the rings. The rings aren't going to make it up. Why am I weapon swapping? I'm weapon swapping because on my passive tree, I'm optimized for clear on weapon set 1 with extra area of effect and extra first strike damage. And then on weapon set 2, I have just more lightning damage, like more straight up damage and more unique damage. That being boss damage. So I quickly swap a gem on my main DPS skill, quickly swap my weapon set to deal more damage to the boss, and we switch right back, and we're back to our clearing setup. Help changing servers, I don't think it matters. You have a D20 handy. I actually don't think I have a D20 on my desk, I just have D6s. The last tabletop game I played was Shadowrun, not D&D, so I don't have my D20s.
I don't have a charged arrow.
Totally forgot the stats. Thanks, mate. Yeah, no problem. They're different weapon sets than what I have advised on Mobilytics, and that's because I've like outgrown the need to bother electrocuting anything because it just dies. So I switched like the electrocution points into just more damage. Yeah, it's also worth mentioning, now that I think about it, to those that were trying to get a D&D group going within the community Discord, your odds of actually getting one going probably dramatically improve whenever I start playing RPGs instead of a shooter. That's probably something to consider. That actually killed me. Oh my god, that killed me. That's insane. That's so sad. I didn't have my amelioration in my inventory.
Disappointing.
Dude. Why did that kill me? That had to crit. That doesn't do enough to one-shot me. I've been hit by it before. Oh my god. That's so L. It's my fault. I forgot to put my amelioration back on, but that is a huge loss of experience. Yeah, that just sucks. It's like the lightest attack he does. How the hell did that one shot? The thumbnail made you do a double take. Understandable.
Take this.
He's just holding some orbs. It is a really funny optical illusion, though. Like, you really have to look closely to grasp what's happening. Because the initial interpretation of the thumbnail definitely seems sus. Electrocuted Doriani last night, sensitive after running a chain of 10 bosses to get there. Running up the Electro, I didn't even notice the mana siphon. I mean, I'll just buy one more Breachstone.
Quick and lethal. Fury!
That was crazy though, like the fact that he hit me, first of all, and it like had to have been a crit, because that does not do my entire health bar normally. Normally that hits me and I lose about 2/3. Very
Well,
unlucky.
This will come in handy.
It died? If you die after completing a map, do you still lose XP? You just lose XP anytime you die.
That dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. We are fury. We that fail.
Oh, this sucks. Very, very bad RNG. Very, very bad RNG. Dog shit drops.
Yes.
Does he have an extra mod? I guess so. I definitely don't typically use
Charged arrow.
electrocution on like normal bosses too much anymore. There's a couple that you like absolutely should electrocute though. Like there's some that are straight up annoying if you don't electrocute them. Especially with really high delirium, because they can actually deal enough damage to kill you. So what really sucks is me dying there without the amelioration in my inventory is basically like dying 4 times worth of XP compared to what I normally lose with amelioration. So this is just a super cooked session now. Like not only are the drops just not dropping, but now I've pretty much lost all of the experience as well.
quite nice.
Simulacrum +4. And Simulacrum is like way harder content for sure. But I also feel like it's like low-key pretty unrewarding too. I think for the amount of effort that Simulacrum is compared to every other activity, it's like super unrewarding compared to what it should be.
The abyss knocks once.
Alright, we got a wrap for the first time in like 15 stones or some shit. Yeah, I mean, Simulacrum is like way harder than doing this, but that's also why we're not trying to farm 60 Simulacrums, we're farming 60 Breachstones.
Yes.
You literally have no increased rarity items found in your build, because if you have, you would have some good drops. I watched a YouTube video that said rarity's really good. Brother, the unique drop is a guaranteed drop. It's on a set rate, and you don't get better drops on the unique by having more rarity. You're rarity pilled.
This is not an activity that utilizes rarity.
I'm out of mana. Storm point.
Best drops you can get from this would be a furtive wrap that you corrupt, and it rolls 1 to 12 lightning, 4% attack speed. That's probably the best possible thing that you can get from this. The second best thing would probably be getting a jewel that is perfect. Like massive ring size with 5% elemental res. Or even potentially like corrupted for less. The chaos res doesn't matter too much. Like, it's nice if you get a 5% chaos res, but like a chaos inoculator will still just buy it regardless. And that can be like, you know, like 20 plus, 20, 40, 50, whatever amount of divs. Just like a really large amount of divs. Those are basically the two jackpot things that can happen. There's like a furtive wrap that runs 1 to 12 on the lightning with 4% attack speed, and a metamorphosis jewel that rolls perfect. I'm at some point I posted in Theatergraph in the Discord looking for some advice and directions for more DPS. Can't seem to get past 18k, no tailwind active. Yeah, I can take a look. That was funny though. I only just learned I was losing Giga XP. It took me a while before I could clear the first one. Failed like 3x, all splinters, self-farmed. It was a huge undertaking, very demoralizing to lose the first time. Are we talking about Simulacrum? Yeah, Simulacrum's tough.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate belies truth. We tear. We that fail.
Yeah, I'll take a look in a bit.
point. I don't have enough mana. Too weak, too slow. I'm out of mana. I need more mana.
Took my lunch money several times. They're rushed to kill them when they show up in maps under Delimir and still. Yeah. Holy ping. Hold on, I'm just checking Discord DMs. Ice, that's really funny. The optical illusion thing, I love that. That's so funny. How far away can orb be from a cluster of rods, whatever the rod radius is, right? They kind of chain to each other is the thing. What I like to do a lot during like breach and stuff is I'll set up a whole line, like area denial. You can do the same thing in Simulacrum, which is pretty good. So like you set up a line leading up to where they're spawning from. Mind you, I'm not on my AoE setup, but I'm pretty sure you get the gist of what I'm saying.
Nature's fury.
But yeah. It's good to like set them up in lines with your Orb of Storms, because they all chain off of each other. Hey, another wrap. There might be hope yet. It's not hosed. It's not hosed just yet. The guy needed a hand. That guy, he's going through it tonight. He did kill me once though. I'm pretty miffed about that. That is really unfortunate death. And I'm also an idiot for not keeping my amelioration on. Like whenever I pulled all of the stupid Breachstones out at the beginning of the stream, and then I didn't put my amelioration back on. I am an idiot for doing that. That's a huge loss. Why are you missing a ring? Because I use Thief's Torment. Thief's Torment requires you to not have another ring. It is integral to the build.
Storming arrow.
That rarity comment was so funny. You'd be getting drops if you had rarity. Yeah. I'd be getting better drops from my 100% chance for a unique that drops on a table. God, I cannot wait for the next league to start and rarity to just be completely gutted. It's so stupid. It just kind of baffles me that they put it in working the way it does, because like they had this problem in PoE 1. It was terrible for the game, and then they got rid of it. Like they made it not work this way. And then they were like, hey, for PoE 2, what if we like just try it again?
I need more mana.
What if it just like affected currency drops again?
Fury. Too weak, too slow.
We are paying them to beta test. It's true. When's the next league start? Do you know? No, but all I know is that they plan to keep up the same cadence from the first game, so every 4 to 6 months there will be a new league. I wouldn't be surprised if they did like 3 months this time around, just because it's the first EA league. Get rarity, fine, look knowledge, etc. Any advice? Unless you're SSF, I would just buy a perfect jeweler if you need it. Also, perfect jeweler might be the might be in the threshold where like it only drops on level 80 maps. Like I know for a fact that you cannot get a
Hey.
you cannot get a level 20 skill gem to drop below a level 80 map. So it could be something like that going on. All right, we have, I believe, 30 left. Are we at 30 or are we at 20 left? I think we're at 20 left. Yeah, we only have 20 remaining. We're down to the last 20. It's not looking good. I feel like I probably lost money so far. We need these last 20 to hit big, or it's kind of cooked. How you doing tonight, TJK? Do boss difficulty nodes affect this fight? No, the Breach Atlas nodes affect this fight. It goes up to +4, which is what we're doing. Every time you ask that, I am having a terrible time. Oh, I'm sorry. Bad days for TJ lately. It sucks, dude. Hope things get better for you. Irradiated Biome over 100% rarity. I'm cooked. Yeah, I mean, if you're on SSF, that's pretty cooked. I don't know. I don't think it's good unless your gloves don't roll good. Remains to be seen. The fact that the gloves are going to have to roll good and like corrupt well is a precarious situation to be in. Alright, we got another wrap. Huge, huge, huge. Another wrap. Got another wrap. I should make the Hand of Wisdom an action emote. Oh, that's actually such a fun idea. We could do a clapping emote of the Hand of Wisdom in action. I think that would be a pretty decent emote.
Go on.
We kind of like need a few PoE emotes. We don't have any at all. Well, we're pulling for you. Yeah, we'll see. We're getting towards the end, though. We'll probably actually finish it within my normal stream time. We got an hour left. I wasn't sure if we would actually get through all of these, like, with me also chatting the whole time. It felt like kind of a daunting task to get through all 60. What skill is those balls going, man? It's cast on shock with lightning rod interaction. Just fires a shitload of ball lightning, which procs the rods, which procs more ball lightning, which procs the rods, procs more ball lightning. It goes back and forth in a loop as long as there are more lightning rods to proc, and as long as there's mana in my gauge. But because I have mana on hit, it creates an infinite cycle where the limiting factor is just my attack speed and ability to set down more rods. It is quite fun. Did she remember to turn on streamer RNG? I don't know. I haven't had streamer RNG for a little while. Oh yeah, someone was asking how far away it can be. Pretty damn far. That was still proccing pretty far. It's not often he does that attack. Pandemonium. We need...
Speak.
Yeah, the Aravina holding the Divine Orb should probably be an emote. High key, that should become an emote. I mean, that thumbnail's just peak. It just is. She did such a good job with that. I didn't even ask her to make that, by the way. That was her idea. She was just like, I have something to show you. She absolutely cooked. I did not tell her to do it. After we are done... Okay, so after we're done farming all of this, we're going to take stock of what we got. Just, like, raw with the lowest amount of RNG possible. So, like, just the RNG of the drops. We're going to tally what the loss or gain is. And then, yes, we are going to corrupt all of the Howlas. We are going to corrupt the diamonds, potentially. And then we're going to see what the final take is. Because I'm going to be doing all of this math for a video as well. So I want to figure out, like, if someone wanted to do this the safe way, like the safer way, right? Where you just don't identify the Howlas, you don't identify the diamonds, you sell them like lottery tickets on the trade, right? Can you profit? And how much profit per hour? Or is it overall going to, on average, be a loss and you need to corrupt? Right? Like, these are the kind of questions I'm trying to answer doing this large sample size. I thought about doing 100 instead of 60, but 60 is what fits in my inventory for a screenshot, first of all. And second, I did not have enough currency to buy 100. I had enough currency to buy 60. So 60 is what we're doing. If for some reason that video just does insanely well or something, maybe we'll do 500 next. Or something stupid. That would really put me to the test doing this for that long, though. Make it like a subathon, just see if I can do 500 Xeshts in a row without just breaking down mentally. Tell her the idea was amazing and got fresh new eyes on your channel. Oh, I've already told her that like 80% of you guys' comments on the latest video is just about the thumbnail. It's not even about the video. How many pots of coffee to go through 500? More wraps. We got another wrap. It's huge. This thing's getting chucked. I can't be bothered. We're getting wraps. It's happening. We might be okay. Good pun here with all of these balls, but juggling lightning is a shocking challenge. Let's go rambling. Aw, yap it. Nico's fucking based, so what'd you expect? He is pretty based. No, identified it. I didn't mean to identify it. Oh, damn it. Whatever. Oh yeah, that'd be a good The next thumbnail, juggling lightning balls. Hey, that could be good, yeah.
Thunderous
There's a
shot.
thumbnail in progress for this video concept, the Breach video concept. That I came up with.
Quick and lethal.
I don't know how much progress has been made on it though. We also might not do original art thumbnails all that often. It's more so just like a thing we're doing at the moment, as long as like, you know, she's having fun doing it and we don't do it too much because I don't want her to get like burned out on drawing it. And also because like, I don't know, I have it in my head that like original art and thumbnails goes pretty hard. I feel like whenever I see a video that has like original art in the thumbnail, that makes me want to look at it more. Because it like, it exercises a higher level of quality in the production value of the video whenever there's like original art in the video. Or it makes me expect a higher level of quality whenever I see original art in the thumbnail. That's kind of why we started doing it. I just
Shocking.
like wanted to make an impression, trying to break into a new game, right? And having original art in the thumbnail, especially when it's very clickable art, I feel like is like a solid decision.
We that dream,
Solid strategic decision.
we in nightmare, we that are one.
We are dead.
We that fail.
We can't let you keep getting away with it. No, you definitely will let me keep getting away with it. The only person that can stop me from getting away with it would be Nico. Oh my god, are we actually... Yeah, we are... Wow, we are going through many dump tabs. On the plus side, it could take a lot longer for me to sort through, but all of this gear that I'm dumping into all of these tabs is like actually potentially valuable gear. It's all level 82 or higher bases. It could all turn into decent gear. It's just gonna take way longer to sort through than just like selling some breach rings, right? Selling some breach rings, selling some wraps. It's just gonna take a really long time to sort through all of this shit. But like once we're done tonight, we'll go ahead and like, I don't know if we'll corrupt all of the wraps and stuff, but we'll like open everything just to see where we stand, and then we'll calculate what we gained or lost to see if this is like feasible. Because I was pretty happy doing what I was doing. Like I was having fun doing ritual and farming for audiences. I felt like I was making pretty decent currency there. It's also zero risk because I'm just playing maps. Whereas in here, I'm betting the better, like almost a divine per run. Not a divine per run, but probably I think it's like 66% or so of a divine per run is what I'm gambling every time I do one of these. I can go run maps, I can just do ritual. You know, there's a chance that I get an audience with the king, and that didn't cost me anything entry fee wise except for a map. So I'm interested to see like what kind of takeaway you end up with from doing stuff like this on a consistent basis. So like I might not even be, this might not be the last time I test this, doing only one set of 60. I can definitely see myself doing it again. Like it's actually a pretty comfortable farm for this build, especially because we can just like keep walking down the lane and throwing down the Orb of Storms and everything just gets spawn killed. Like it's a very comfy clear all the way to the boss, and the boss just gets completely shit on. Even if you don't do the kind of damage I deal, you just electrocute him at the beginning of the fight and you just kill him anyways. So someone with like half my damage would be doing exactly what I'm doing right now. It would just take them a few extra seconds.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. We tire.
Raps. Us. Very screenshotable art. Yeah, I saw what Anthony said earlier in the chat. That's sus.
What is it?
It was funny though. It's sus, but it's funny. The damage is crazy.
What is the currency / gear from this dude that you farm for? You farm for furtive wraps, or you farm for hand of wisdom in action. You farm for metamorphosis diamond, and then you also farm for breach rings. What did he say? It was just like in a different Discord, one that me and Loopy are in. I was talking to Loopy whenever he said screenshotable art. It's one of our friends like reposted my video into the chat. They said something sus about the art. It made me laugh.
Take this! Barely broke a sweat.
Yeah, this is the dude that drops Hawa. Double divines. He does have 2 divines. He has 2 divine orbs. I did have some critique on the thumbnail because, like, high key Nico is just like too innocent for what she got herself in for there, and I'm like, you need to draw them squished up against the orbs, otherwise the optical illusion doesn't work. And she was like, "All right, on it, boss."
I'm out of
Being
luck.
real though, if I hadn't already known your channel, it would be turned off. Ironic, I know, by that thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, we had like an encounter with someone that had that reaction to the thumbnail earlier. Like, you know, the thing is, when you are in the position I am with content creation, you can't make everybody happy, and someone is always going to dislike something you're doing. It just is what it is. There's no world where everyone likes everything you do. So all you can do is just do what you want to do primarily, and then otherwise do what you think the majority
Another democratic
likes.
soldier for the cause.
And then you don't really worry about the rest. Like, the thing with that thumbnail, I have like 50 billion comments in the last video I uploaded last night of everyone loves the thumbnail and thinks it's peak and like, oh my god, the thumbnail. It's like, it's all anyone's talking about in the comments. And then there's just one person out of all of them that's like, what is this cringe thumbnail? What is this shit thumbnail? Like, that was their comment. And I engaged with them about it. I was like, and by engaged, I mean low-key just like farmed for more engagement, right? Because like get them to comment again. That's just 101. Whenever someone throws a hot take at you, you just engage with it so that they keep engaging with you and it keeps bumping the video whether they know it or not. But I basically said something along the lines of, did you not notice that she's just holding the orbs? Like, there's nothing weird going on here. And then they basically replied, oh, I saw it. I've watched your stuff since Helldivers. And this cringe thumbnail made me unsubscribe. And unfollow or something. And it was like, bro, what? Bro, what? That's such a like ridiculous reaction. Are you running Deli and Breach together? I mostly run Ritual with Deli. I don't really do very much Breach anymore. I really hate picking up 1/5 of an Exalt at a time at this point with the Breach Splinters. So I'm a Ritual Deli main whenever I'm at. Yeah, a stream for everyone is a stream for no one. Exactly. What made me change up my thumbnail game? I have a channel artist. That's what made me change up my thumbnail game. Two things made me change up my thumbnail game. One, the art for Path of Exile is completely shit. It is just bad. It is horrible. Straight up, it's bad. So using in-house PoE assets for thumbnails sucks. That's the first thing. Second thing, I have a pocket artist. Those are the two things that made me change up my thumbnail game. Like with Helldivers, right? Helldivers, you just like take a screenshot in game, take a screenshot of the characters, you cut out the characters, right? You do some thumbnails with that. You can make some pretty cool looking shit. Path of Exile, God, the characters look so bad. So yeah, that's why the thumbnail game changed.
Yes.
People still announce their departures like an airplane. Only a couple. Like, we've only had incidents like that happen 2 different times. Are you farming on max difficulty? Yeah, we're farming on max difficulty. We've only had people be dramatic about their departure from the channel like a couple different times. It's not like a common issue, thankfully. But yeah, that moment for me this morning with that guy's comment was that moment of like, you know, you really just, you can't please everybody. Not everybody likes titties. It is what it is. Some people think women and titties are cringe. And that's okay. I've been wrong before too. That was a joke, by the way. I hope that landed. Bottom 4 rows in the Delirium stash tab are for Delirium maps. If you instill maps with Delirium, they'll go in that section instead of into your map tab where you want them. It's actually low-key a little bit annoying. But it is nice for keeping track of your juice maps. It's an old strat. Is it? I guess it's an old strat, but like also it's an old strat and still around because
quite nice.
it works. Someone that comes to mind that like uses that kind of thumbnail, like super abuses it, right? Like someone that comes to mind is if you've ever seen Lieutenant Eddie's content, he does Hearthstone stuff. Like, oh my god, his thumbnails, they are, I mean, half of them I'm kind of surprised that he can even put them on YouTube. It's kind of the same energy though. And they work, right? Like, why do a thumbnail that doesn't work? What is your total life ES? Keep dying a lot on Deadeye. My entire HP bar is 2300 and I have 23 ES. I don't actually have an ES. I have Hand of Wisdom in action. That's giving me 23 ES. The thing about Deadeye is, oh, that's a 2% maximum fire res jewel with elemental damage. And damage penetrates fire resistance. It's actually like not a bad jewel. If it's somehow by the grace of God rolled max, or not max life, life regen, this would actually be a pretty decent jewel. Is it your evasion keeping you alive then? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I have 80% evasion at the moment with acrobatics, so I only get hit 20% of the time by literally anything, and the rest is just game sense, right? Like, some things I know can one-shot me, and I make sure to avoid them. Whenever I'm mapping, I don't run through on death effects, I don't run through puddles, because they might hit me and they might kill me. I have a lot of evasion, but I don't play in a way that relies on it, and for the most part, that typically keeps me alive. I die every once in a while, of course. That's just the nature of it, though. Like, Deadeye is a squishy ascendancy, it's a squishy class. You will die every once in a while, but that's why it's not a good hardcore class. Not a good hardcore ascendancy. Dying every once in a while is fine. You just mitigate the amount of times it happens. And once you're pushing above level 90, level 92, just start using amelioration in your inventory in case you die, and then you only lose a little bit of XP. I think the only time it would unironically be a super big issue would be if you're pushing like level 98 to level 100, in which case dying is going to be extremely cringe even with amelioration. But before that point, I mean, I feel like you can get the dying down to a pretty tolerable level. And the thing is, like, the grass isn't greener whenever it comes to energy shield characters. Like, I watch energy shield characters with like 12k ES die all the time. They might not get one shot, but they get like 2-3 shot after being staggered or stunned. Which is something that doesn't happen to evasion builds. Because we get hit and stunned, and then we just evade until we get out of the stun, and then we move away, etc., etc. So it's just one of those things where, like, whenever it comes to ES versus evasion, the grass just
Don't mind
always
if I
looks
do.
greener on the other side. Yeah, the Delirium tab, whenever you instill your maps with Delirium, they go there.
Dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. She is Xesht. We that fail.
He is Xesht. Have you done Citadel farming video? I have not, but I guess I could do Citadel farming now that it's like something that's actually accessible. You can see the light in the distance. I could talk about Citadels, but I feel like the majority of people probably already know what's up with Citadels. I'm pretty sure my Ritual video probably isn't going to do all that good because the majority of people already know what's up with Ritual. I think the guide series of like covering different mechanics might be coming to a close here, depending on how this Ritual video goes. Like, either it'll hit 2,000 likes, and then I'll make the Expedition video. And then the Expedition video will probably do very poorly because no one cares about Expedition. Or the video won't get 2,000 likes, and then I'll probably start doing other content that isn't specifically mechanical guides. Pretty much the like ratio is my only indication of like when it's time to move on. I have no idea how to do Expedition. Most people don't know how to do Expedition. I only know how to do Expedition because I watched Loopy do Expedition for his video. So I could cover it, but I don't like it as a mechanic. It's a very half-cooked mechanic that still needs to be buffed. So the only reason to learn about it right now is not so much to put it into practice right this second, but to know about it in the future for whenever it gets buffed, in case you want to do it once it is more worth doing. Because currently, outside of entering logbooks and immediately leaving if the boss doesn't spawn, there really isn't anything good to be had from doing it. There's like no benefits to doing Expedition. Unless you're playing SSF, and then you will maybe use the crafting mechanics a little bit. But they're not able to make anything like best in slot. The items only go up to level 78 even after the change. So even that's not very useful past the midpoint in endgame. It's kind of the same as Ritual, how I said like the gear found inside of tributes isn't really worth looking at for the most part because it's very rare that it's actually going to be worth a damn. Same exact thing, except it's the entire Expedition mechanic except for whenever the boss spawns. Or you get logbooks, and the logbooks are just to go check if the boss spawns. Ritual video was good, but I'm torn if you want me to like it or not, because it sounds like you don't want to do Expedition. No, I do want to do, like, what I want is everyone to understand all of the different mechanics in Path of Exile 2. And my guides to be the source of that information. That's what I want. I want to be the person that told the most people about how these mechanics work. That is what I desire. And I want to have done a good job doing so. But if the videos just aren't doing well, then, you know, like, why do it, right?
Take this.
Of winter's shall spill forth. We that fail.
He didn't want to fall down. I couldn't figure out where his hitbox was. The sound of money items dropping. Dude, I think that's like half the reason that some folks probably even have this stream on in the background on their second monitor, is just to hear the big ping noise whenever something juicy drops. And I can respect that. I would be doing the exact same shit if I wasn't streaming. I would have someone else's game on my other monitor, and I'd look over every time I heard that noise. I like doing the ding sound.
Take this! An easy trophy.
Should you seen Arrowhead? What? You should make that noise play when you get a donut? Ooh. That would confuse me though. Like if I heard that noise. If I heard that noise whenever someone donated, it would really throw me off. I do need to cook with like some new stream alerts and stuff though. Not that I'm particularly moving away from Helldivers, and I want to use more general stuff. I'm moving away from Helldivers, but I don't want my channel to feel quite so focused on Helldivers. Especially from like the perspective of watching the stream whenever I'm playing Path of Exile. Just doesn't make sense. Dono to bait you into thinking something dropped even though it didn't. Oh yeah, it's true, that's true. I think it should be the bits noise. What do you guys think about it being the bits noise? Because then you can really mess with me. Like whenever I'm shooting off screen, you can just make the noise. I'll make sure the audio's balanced so it sounds like it's happening in game. I think that's a good idea.
Speak.
I mean, I don't want to bait people into donating. I just want them to be able to mess with me by donating, really. I've always thought that kind of thing is funny. Being able to mess with the streamer by donating. All right, we're down to the last 10. We're in the home stretch. We'll stop the recording. Then restart the recording. What's amelioration? Amelioration is this omen. I talked about it in my latest video about ritual. This omen prevents 75% of your experience loss when you die. So instead of losing like 10% of your XP, you lose 2.5% of your XP. It costs about 100x last time I looked. Probably a little bit more because exalted orbs are worthless now. Um, but yeah, basically when you're pushing like level 90, 92 plus, pretty much want to have one of these in your inventory active because it's better to lose like 100 exalts worth of investment in thing. Instead of losing 7.5% of your experience bar to steepen the game. Which is why it was so sad when I died earlier and I didn't have an amelioration in my inventory like an idiot. And I lost all that XP, so we're back to 87% now. We probably actually would have been leveled by now, almost. We'd be like 97% right now. No, we'd be 95%. We'd be 95% right now. I definitely would have hit the level within the 60 Breachstones. I know that. But now I will not, unfortunately. We're going to be close, though. Yeah, no problem. Heavy armor on bugs with no car. See, that's the thing, though. If you do that to me, my teammate will absolutely bring a car. The omen does not stay when used. The omen is consumed when you die. But that's why I also use an omen of resurgence at the same time. Omen of resurgence, whenever you get knocked to low life, like below 35% life, instantly heals you back to full HP, full mana, full energy shield. Thing is though, it can't proc on the same instance of damage as anything else. And also, if you get hit twice and you just get knocked to 0, you're just dead anyway.
Without capitalism.
So that's when the amelioration would save you instead. Well, not save you, but you get what I mean. So you potentially save some money by being saved by resurgence, but then if resurgence doesn't catch you, then amelioration at least saves your XP. Oh, Greater Jeweler. Mgizi, thank you for the membership, the gifted membership. Appreciate that. Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you. All right, I'm glad I turned off the noise for Greater Jeweler Orb because that was actually getting annoying. Switch that. Switch that.
Shocking.
Yeah, it says in chat whenever your stuff gets consumed. Diamond. That is some shit luck, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're in the last 10 of these, and I only got 2 diamonds out of like 50 kills. It's a 10% drop rate. Team's kind of cooked. Definitely should have 5 of those by now. If we were going by the averages, I should have 5 diamonds by now, but I do not.
Go on.
Yeah, I know statistics are not a guarantee, but like the fact that we do not have that is very unlucky. Like running something 50 times, that's a pretty large sample size. The larger the sample size, the closer you should be to the average. Yeah, we're gonna have to update the DB, like the drop rate on the DB, which I'm pretty sure is just data mined information. So it can't possibly be wrong. I don't know. It's an unlucky 60 Breachstones looking like, but you know, it's not gonna deter me from doing more. It's not like I'm gonna lose all my money that I invested into this. Well, if it was average streamer RNG, I would actually have 10. Streamer luck with PoE 2 is extremely strong. I think the thing is, I just like forgot to turn on my streamer client when we started. And by that I mean GGG needs to give me my streamer client still.
Now this will come in handy.
Roll the D20 to get your luck back.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one. Pandemonium. We that fail.
I like when he does that attack because we can just stand there. I don't know if they still have it, but there was an actual streamer client in PoE 1 where people didn't need to wait in line and people were pissed. That's funny.
Yes.
That is funny.
Speak.
I'll be here, waiting.
This is gonna be a lot of gear to go through more than anything. Why does this boss have to take
Nature's
so long to
fury.
get started? Because every boss in PoE 2 has to monologue. It's crazy. I really don't understand it. Our build benefits a lot from getting to set up an opener. Like, as soon as the boss fight begins, he takes like 6 million damage just because of the setup. So, you know, I can't deny that we benefit from the long-winded speeches these bosses give, but like, holy shit. Why does every boss need to monologue or take like 20 seconds to enter the arena in this game? And not even just the pinnacle bosses, like every campaign boss monologues or takes 10 to 15 seconds to become attackable after it gets onto your screen. It's like walking into a Dark Souls boss battle, and then the cutscene is playing out in real time while you just watch it happen and walk around the room. And that cutscene happens every time you enter the room. That's how it feels.
quite nice.
Nice guy bosses. Yeah, for real. Don't look in supporter chat. What did you guys do? What did you guys do? Wait, what am I look? I don't see anything. Wait, what's the? I actually just got baited. There's nothing there. Unless you guys deleted it, in which case I need to check the audit log.
Speak.
Like you could have done. But do have mod privilege. You probably could have done that, but 9 left. They rolled to fix your luck. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Gotcha. Also, what is up with that person's name that, like, put a puke emoji reacting to my thumbnail? Like, come on, bro. How are you going to puke emoji react to my thumbnail with the YouTube name Fleshlight Reviewer? That's crazy. That is Looney Tunes. How many are up still now? No idea. Kind of lost count. Like, come on, man. You can't leave a puke emoji like that. Like, to some degree, that's friendly fire. That is blue on blue, sir.
I don't have enough money.
This calf rev dropped for that one. Yeah, exactly.
Barely broke a sweat.
Can we talk about how, like, this quote-unquote Pinnacle encounter allows me more time to look at chat and talk with you guys than playing normal maps? Because all I have to do is look at my mini-map and look at chat at the same time and just keep pressing buttons until we're done. I think that's pretty funny. Like, this Pinnacle encounter is more chill and
That's quite
easier
nice.
to talk to chat during than trying to play maps. What's the other omen in your inventory besides Amelioration? It is a Omen of Resurgence.
So the goal here is, like, an omen can only trigger, only one omen will trigger on one instance of damage, but the requirement to trigger Amelioration is strictly different than the trigger for Omen of Resurgence, right? Like, Resurgence will trigger if you fall below 35% life, and then it'll heal you back to full HP, which will potentially save my life.
But if I get straight up one shot or I go from 36 to 0, then Amelioration will catch me and save my XP at least. That's like the idea behind running both in my inventory at the same time. Sometimes, I will say, I've had this happen like twice total. I've done this quite a lot. Sometimes the Omen of Amelioration won't go off when you die, and only the Resurgence will, and it feels really bad. But it doesn't happen enough for me to not want to run both in my inventory. Wraps. Huge. Get another wrap. Everyone just looked at their other monitor to see what I got.
Go on.
But then I told them and they looked away. Now you're looking back because I called you out. Stop it. Best jewels for this build. I go over the jewels in the Mobalytics page. It's pinned in the YouTube chat. If you want like a text-based reference for what to do with jewels, but basically for jewels, you want 2 jewels that add up to 20% quiver effect. Ideally, they could have attack speed, projectile damage, movement speed, any combination of that, but it's going to get, you know, more expensive because equipped quiver stat is already like very expensive. So typically budget set of 2 quiver jewels that add up to 20%, and then the rest of the jewels you want to be some combination of like attack speed, critical hit chance, double attack speed, or attack speed, movement speed in the suffix. And then for the prefixes, you want it to be some form of damage. It can be anything. It doesn't matter. They're all put into the same bucket. So like lightning damage, elemental damage, attack damage, projectile damage. It's all the same shit. Doesn't matter. Just pick one. Damage with bows. Any of those. Just one of them. So probably do a weighted sum search on the trade site with all of them. And I like to run evasion as my other prefix because that's how I was able to achieve 80% evasion with acrobatics. It's basically impossible to do without doing this and running the Hawa, because you're not getting any evasion from your gloves. And yeah, I pretty much did that for all of my jewels. Then the 2 weird jewels I have a Megalomaniac right now, which is saving me all of the points leading up to spreading shocks. So I'm saving 8 points here. I'm spending 2 of them to grab the extra jewel socket, so it's not like I lose a jewel. And basically we pocket 6 points here, which I've then spent maximizing the effectiveness of my Against the Darkness jewel, which is giving me 3% resistances to chaos for each small passive, and it's giving me 4% extra damage. As lightning, extra being the good kind of damage increase. You want extra. You want things that say extra. You want things that say more. They're multiplicative. They're separate buckets from increased, and they're very, very good. So each of these notables in the area are giving me 4% extra lightning damage. I've pretty much abused the hell out of that. And even on my bossing setup, I get 2 more notables just to get the extra lightning damage. The stun buildup is actually pretty nice. I'm not going to lie. Stun buildup's actually pretty solid against bosses. Like, we're stunning him before we kill him every single time at this point. But, yeah. That is my current jewel setup. That is not completely reflective of what is on the Mobalytics, but that is because I have thrown a lot more currency into the build than what is necessary at this point. And it's not really something anyone should bother doing unless they want to just continue to take their build further and further beyond what is necessary. The way I have. I'll probably do like an ultra endgame variant on the Mobalytics at some point. But I don't feel very ultra endgame just yet. I just feel like late end game pretty like stock standard what a character in late end game is.
I don't have enough mana.
Hey man, I'd appreciate if you stop reading my mind. It makes me uncomfortable. Other monitor, I'm on my phone.
Storming arrow.
Storming arrow. That's enough of that. Never doing that again. Look at all the purple. Eris clearly an Illuminates. Hey, is there a fireworks build? Fireworks build. Yeah. There's a build you can do where one button click results in 4,700 projectiles, and they're all little fireballs. I would say that that counts as a fireworks build.
The abyss. We that fail.
What do you get? What do you get? He didn't say it this time. I gotta look. Oh, it's some reps. That fireball build is so laggy though. It's so cool though. Like the lag is almost like just part of the identity. I love it. Yeah, 4,700 fireballs. I remember their intro was really funny too. It starts and they're like, I said I cast fireball. I didn't ask how big the room is. Something like that. It was great. It was good content.
Charged arrow.
Some builds don't have to be the best. They just have to be awesome. Old school creative mode Minecraft TNT. You think that poor guy looks at Erwin coming in for the 400th time and just sighs? I've seen some pretty funny skits that are like from the boss's POV kind of vibe for video games. It definitely makes me think about that whenever I'm doing these kinds of like farming runs. Which this is the first time I've ever done this much. I've never farmed the Pinnacle this many times. Usually I just use them as a punching bag, like a test dummy every once in a while when I change something about the build and I want to try to get a feel for whether I just got a fraction of a second faster at killing him or not. But other than that, I typically don't do Pinnacle farming content too much. This is the first time I've done this kind of experiment. Was curious how it would go. And since I've reached the point where it's like I could like upgrade my character with those 40 divines, but what am I even upgrading for anymore? What does it accomplish? At this point, I just want to experiment with currency farming strats and shit. The one thing I want to do more than anything at this point, well, actually, the only thing I even care about as far as currency at this point in the league is I just want to, through gameplay, specifically through gameplay, I want to make enough currency to purchase a mirror. Without doing market strats, without sitting in my hideout, by playing the game, I want to make enough money to own a mirror and own a mirror item. That's what I want to accomplish at this point.
That are one. Fate belies truth.
You dropped a lot of exalted moves that time. Yeah, the one from Viva La Dirt League comes to mind. That's a really good one. Seen that one? Elden Ring bosses killing themselves after the 4,000th time. A bad streamer tried to clear them. The Kai Sinat thing. That's what you're referencing. Yeah, when that's a pretty funny video. Pretty funny cartoon. All right, I'm gonna swing and then you're gonna dodge it, okay? No!
Storming arrow.
Bad. And something like that. That still pops up in my feed every once in a while, and I still watch it like every time. I like when a rare spawns off screen and it's just like 70 billion balls of lightning coming to beat his ass. Can you explain why you're picking up the flasks? Because the flasks that I'm picking up are level 83. Level 83 flasks can roll higher than any other flask. If you get a perfect rolled flask, people pay about a divine for it because they can't be bothered to roll one themselves. Or pick one up themselves. So really, it's just because you might just get lucky and pick up a perfect flask because there's not that many things in the pool and the weights aren't that harsh. And it might just be an extra divine every once in a while. What flask? Any flask, any level 80. Oh, nice. Well, I mean, I don't know. They're pretty cheap now. They're not even a divine anymore. Yeah, I mean, that was exciting like a week ago. Now it's kind of unexciting. The opposite of exciting. Is there any... I could put it on the mark. I don't think it does anything, though. I think it just increases the damage. I don't think there's any reason to bother. Yeah, I could have level 20 barrage. Yeah, sure, whatever, I guess. Level 20 barrage. Spirit 20s? Spirit 20s are still worth like 5 divs, I think. What are the stats that are perfect? It kind of depends on the build. But generally, you can probably sell any flask that just rolls the highest possible tier of increased amount recovered. Increased amount recovered with like the highest tier possible of chance to gain a charge when you kill an enemy or just passive charge gain. I'd say those are probably the two most popular. Is there a % maximum life on a rare jewel? I don't believe so, no. Pretty sure no. Friend who loves Elden Ring, whenever it gets posted in Discord, I have to watch it. Well, you're picking up flasks. It's very cheap on the market. Yeah. It's just like sometimes you get a perfect flask. Sometimes you just get a perfect whirl flask and it's extra money. You might as well pick them up because they're very small. And my filter filters out all but the level 83 ones, so I know that I can pick up that flask and there's a chance that it's going to be worth something.
That are one. Fate belies truth. We that fail.
What's a perfect flask? Perfect flask is like max roll, amount recovered, max chance to gain a charge on kill, or max rate of recovery passively. I would say those are probably the two most commonly used flask types. And just having a max tier of those is probably what most people look for. And typically people don't want to be bothered with rolling their own or looking for their own, so they just pay a divine for them. Or at least the last time I happened upon some perfect flasks, that is what people would pay me for them, was a divine orb. Thing is, though, like, they're only dropping in pretty high tier content, right? Like, it's a level 83 drop.
Fury! An easy trophy.
Yep, that's the thing. Level 83 flasks can roll one tier higher. I should probably write that down. I'm, like, in the background, I'm cooking, like, 20 tips and tricks you've never heard for Path of Exile 2. And there was, like, at least 5 different things that came up in the discussion between chat and between Discord where, like, someone hadn't heard of it before. So I should really be writing this stuff down. Be pretty helpful content to just, like, share that. There's little tidbits of esoteric knowledge.
What if I do?
Write that down, write that down! Well, you won't dislike that video if I get you with something else. What if I'm holding out on you?
That are one.
Take this!
Belies truth. We that fail.
The diamond.
Go on.
Huge diamond. Oop, nope, don't put that away.
I'll be here, waiting.
That's not where that goes. That is our scuffed guild box. We're up to 123x now. Whenever I started this experiment and started buying these, by the way, these were still, I believe it cost me 102. It started out, I was paying 102 per Breachstone. By the time I had all 60, they were already up to like 112, and then I decided to like let it sit through the night. And that was a mistake, because now they're up to 120. They didn't recover. They stayed high. But whenever we calculate the total cost, we'll calculate it based on current market value. Should have sold them. I wouldn't have made that much money if I had flipped them. Not really worth. Like we discussed, Exels are basically worthless at this point. This is totally heading into the realm of Diablo farming, just way more nuanced. It's just a farming strategy. I think it's the kind of farming strategy where like some people will find this appealing, and obviously a lot of people will be like, I really don't want to do that. But I definitely know some folks where like they really don't find mapping very enjoyable. They would rather just like play something straightforward, A to B, kill a boss. And then I know folks that enjoy the variety of mapping, playing different maps. This setup is very unenjoyable.
Storming arrow.
Needing to make a concrete plan just to have a chance at winning a div or two is not fun. I mean, you can win pretty big doing this though. Like the potential of what we're doing here is extremely high. Among the highest in the entire game as far as highs.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one, pandemonium.
Diamond.
Shocking.
Huge. Getting a couple hits here in the back half.
Yes.
Luck is starting to make up. Yeah, a little bit. We're starting to pick up. We only got 2 left. What's kind of fun about this currency experiment as well is we did all of this live. So no one can say that anything was fudged. What happened is what happened. All recorded live, all documented on YouTube forever. That's kind of fun. I think what I enjoy about doing this, though, is the fact that I can just read chat while doing it. That's probably the best part for me. You could unironically, like, watch a TV show while doing this. I think there is unironically a lot of value in that when it comes to some of the monotony that can set in whenever you've been doing the same task too long in a video game. Being able to double up on where your dopamine is coming from. I don't know what you're talking about. Guy just said he doesn't know what I'm talking about. That is funny. Coming from you. Subway Surfers on his primary monitor. True. We could be playing Subway Surfers right now. Oh, it's so sad. If I didn't die, I'd be leveled up right now. Pop, 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 pop. Last stone. Last run. It actually only took me 20 minutes over. It actually didn't though, because we like yapped. We just like talked for the first 20 minutes of the stream. I didn't play. We didn't really get into this until 20 after. So yeah, I mean, it took about 4 hours. About 4 hours to run 60 of them. And that was very much not locked in. It was just like talking to chat and stuff. We'll have to see like what my average run time was as well, because time is a big factor as well. Like how long does it take to do this? And then we probably double whatever my run time is and call it the average. Like the average user experience for someone that would be doing this. Or at the very least, we double up the like boss kill time. Probably double boss kill time.
Take this.
I don't know. We'll have to like figure out a mathematic way to figure out what the community average would be if like any average Joe would attempt this without a methamphetamine fueled, crazy, cracked out of their mind Ball Lightning Arrow Ranger to just like steamroll the content. But I guess at the same time, like there are builds that are stronger than mine, or rather a lot of builds that are very comparable or like more powerful for bossing than this. So maybe Ball Lightning Arrow is the average. We're closer to the average than I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think this is the average? I can run a few if you want.
An easy trophy.
Can I get a price check on an emerald I picked up? Probably. Nothing. That's it. That's 60 kills. We've done it.
Yes.
I think it's bold of you to assume there's going to be profits. Seemed quite cooked. I think we kind of brought it back in the back half, though. Also, all of this gear. There's so much gear here. You're probably above average, Mr. Level 97. That is fair. That is fair and valid. Fair and valid take. All right. Need more tabs? Nope, we are capped on tabs. We can't have more tabs. Let's look at how many normal breach rings there are. We're going to pick out all of the non-normal breach rings. Normal breach rings are the really easy ones to move because we just sell them to crafters in bulk instead of crafting on them, because crafting on them takes a lot of time and effort and potentially loses you money, because it is much easier to bulk sell a bunch of white breach rings than it is to like craft a bunch of breach rings and then try to get people to actually want to use them. Especially this late in the league. Like, anything below an exceptional breach ring is basically worthless at this point. Or not so much worthless, but like you're going to wait days, weeks for that shit to actually sell for any kind of decent price. Looking bad? We don't know yet. We're still in the preliminary phase of organizing. So these are all the non-normal breach rings. Market rate on breach rings, it's probably 15 to 20x. It could be more than 15x at this point. It should be more than 15x for sure, because the thing that's screwed about it, like the fact that, you know, the vines are going up in value, the breach rings should also be in tandem going up in value as far as how many exalts they're worth, because otherwise breach rings are losing value for no particular reason. So I'd have to assume that breach rings should be around 20x by now. If not, then that market sucks. 15 each, but it's not. Max is 17. I don't know then. I mean, it should be going up. It only makes sense for it to go up. It's probably just too many people that are like trying to sell them then, compared to the amount of people that are buying. All right, so that's our like blue and rare breach rings. The rest of these are all normal breach rings. We'll see how many normal breach rings we got. That'll give us a baseline to work with what we have as far as like guaranteed return. And we'll get an idea of what we need to make up from there past that. I need to make sure that none of the stuff got lost. this one did get lost. Okay, nothing else got lost. Everything else is in the tabs it's supposed to be in. Doing the rings. I'm going to put these away for now and not forget to put them back on later. That is what we're going to try to accomplish. 'Cause that was very sad. All right, that's 60 rings so far. We'll put like, hold on, we need a stopgap real quick. So we'll put a stopgap in here so I can easily track where the normal rings begin. I think it's all of them. It's all of them. So that's it's 118 rings. We got 118 rings in 60 runs that were normal quality. We can easily move them. It's actually interesting. Got more normal rings than rings that are magic. Oh wait, one mixed in there. What happened there? Okay, so that is 117 rings then. 117 rings, which you could realistically sell at max right now, apparently, for 17x a piece. Maximum. Be 1,989 exalted orbs. So I'll just write down 117 white breach rings for now, and then we'll check back with the pricing. Windows select for inventory dragging. No auto sort? No auto sort. There is no auto sort. This game is so behind in a lot of different ways, and it's almost like done intentionally. I'm not sure. I couldn't really tell you if it's intentional or not. So let's look at what we got the most, which I'm guessing was probably Quivers, because Quiver is the highest drop chance.
Democratic soldier for the cause.
Thanks for the follow, MNTVZ. You gotta feel the weight. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that shit. I hate feeling the weight. I don't like the weight. The weight sucks. I'm gonna make this look nice and pretty, as far as my brain is concerned. This is the rare jewel, so it makes sense that we got it not very often. Okay. I now have felt the weight. I am feeling it. I definitely just felt the weight right there. All right, so we got time for more maths. We got 117 white breach rings, which are easy to move. We got how many not normal breach rings per column? This is how many? 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25, 75. We got 77 not white breach rings that we could craft on. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 9 Zoph's blood. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 Pandemonious. Four, 8, 10. We got 10 Choir of the Storm. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 quivers. 8 visceral quivers. We got 3 Skin of the Loyal. And of course, we got 12 Hawas. And 4 Metamorphosis. All right.
Does that all add up? Let's see. That's another important thing. Like, did I accidentally scrap one of these somewhere? That's totally possible. 3, 6. Okay, I counted that right. That's 9 plus 12 plus 10 plus 8 plus 3 plus 12 plus 4. All right. I lost 2 items somewhere, chat. I don't know where they went. But we just counted 58 out of 60. 2 items have gone rogue. Did I break them by accident, you think? Could have broke them. It should come up if I type unique, though. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay, here's the Skin of the Loyal. That got mixed up. And here's a blood. Okay. There are the items. They have been accounted for. All right, this is all 60 items from tonight. 4, and then 10's off. Let's do... No, I died, but I bought another stone. I bought another stone and did another run. It was 60 runs. 60 completed runs. We got 12 Hawa out of 60 runs. That was actually a above average drop rate. We got 20% of our runs gave us a Hawa. That's actually... It ended up actually being an above average showing for the Hawa. We got a slightly below average showing for the Metamorph, I believe. Of only a 6.6% chance. So only 6.6% of our runs had Metamorphs. 20% of our runs had Hawas. Skin of the Loyal was the same, 6.6% from Skin of the Loyal. Visceral Quiver, surprisingly, only got 8 of those. So we got 13% Visceral Quiver. Choir of the Storm. We got 16% of the time. 16.6% of the time.
Pandemonious. We got 20% of the time as well. It's off. We got also 16.6. Okay.
It actually was pretty good. We didn't get the average number of metamorphs, but we got above average Howas, which is pretty cool. If we were to quantify what this is worth without going any further, that's like the next important takeaway, right? Like minimum RNG is what we want to look at first, because this is what matters the most to the average person. As far as risk assessment, like if this is something that's actually worth attempting to do, right? Like if the risk assessment just doesn't make sense, you wouldn't do this. There's no reason to do this. So let's look at Metamorph Diamonds and look at the price for a, let's see. Where is this? I can never find this on the trade site because I don't use this feature very often. Identified. Where does it say identified on the trade site? Am I dumb? Oh, here it is. Found it. Okay, identified, no. So an unidentified metamorph. These people are price fixing 100%. I'm curious what an unidentified metamorph is actually worth. This was listed 10 minutes ago at 3 divines. I need to figure out where the price fixing begins. I hate shit like this. People that do this unironically should probably actually be banned or shadow banned from the market. When you abuse this kind of thing often on like everything, I think you should be shadow banned from the market. Okay, so like if I whisper someone for 3 divs on a metamorph, will they actually invite me? Or are they price fixing? Okay. So 3 divines is real. What about 2 divines? Will this person trade me or no? We'll do like a couple of them just to make sure that this is like where people are price fixing. Because they could just be like in the middle of the map and they don't want to trade right now. It's shitty that the only way for me to test this is to just like bother people. Okay, people will also sell for 2. So yeah, these are worth 2 divines if you don't unwrap them, basically. So that means we made 8 divs back in metamorphs, guaranteed. And we made, how much did I say with the breach rings? 117, we'll say sold at 16 just to be like, you know, reserved. That would be, what's a divine worth right this second? 188. That is 15 divines. 15 divines in breach rings. In just white breach rings. Okay, so we got 15 divs back from that, guaranteed. And
we have the Howas. So we have 3, 6, 12 Howas. Howas will always go for 3 divines at a minimum. Right? So that's 12 times 3. That's 36 divs. And we total that up with just... Remember, like, we're just looking at the bare necessities here, just like the raw data. With 12 Howas, that's going to bring me up another 36 divs. We started with a buy-in. It cost us 40 divs to do this. That's 23 plus 36 minus 40. We made 19 divs in profit. If we just do nothing else, I made 19 divs. Like, if I don't corrupt anything, I don't try to do anything, I don't unwrap the metamorphs to see if they're garbage or not. 19 divine orbs. It took, we'll say, 4 hours, right? 4 hours for 19 divs. So that was almost 5 divs an hour. At that rate. I'll have to check how long it actually took, what the average time would be. But there you go. If you do Breachstones, you kill Xesht, and basically do what I did. You're looking at making, per inventory of Breachstones, you're looking at making about 19 divine orbs or so. If you want to put a range on it, just as far as guaranteed profit, you're probably making between 15 and 25 divine orbs from an inventory of Breachstones, however fast you can do them currently. The market will consume them. Like, these are items that are always moving. Keep in mind, these are also, I didn't even unwrap the Howa. When you don't unwrap the Howa, it makes them even easier to move because people like to gamble that have way too much currency. People will buy these not even to use them. They'll buy them to unwrap them and then corrupt them because there are market mains. You got to remember that the market mains make up the majority of sales that happen on the trade site. So whenever you just don't unwrap stuff and sell lottery tickets, it moves much easier. Now, that all being said, I am absolutely going to corrupt all of this shit and see what I can make further than that, but I want to log all the data as far as guaranteed, and then we're going to, like, you know, off stream, I'm going to corrupt everything and see where we go from there, basically. That's the plan. People love Gamba. They do indeed love Gamba. Which is why the Gamba is going to be in the video. The weight, the vision. So yeah, there you go. As it turns out, farming Xesht is a profitable endeavor on average without, like, incorporating any further RNG than the act of just slaying the boss and farming the drops from a point of average, right? Because you could say I got a couple more Howas than I should have because it's a 15% drop rate. Like, the amount of Howas I should have in my inventory right now, statistically, would be 16 times 9. I should have 9 Howas instead of 12. But I should also have 6 metamorphs instead of 4. So even with that shift, you're still up money. Like, you still profit from doing this. And the other thing that's really nice about this is it's not a zero experience kind of deal. You actually make a lot of experience on this. If you're really strong, by the way, people will also pay you a divine per 10 runs to just carry them through the instance, not take any of the loot. They're just there to leech the experience. So you can actually have people pay you per slot in the party. This is going to be particularly good if you have friends that want to do this with you. You can group up with, like, one other person that's a heavy hitter and just for the extra safety, right? Like, because you don't want to die and lose the run. People can re-enter if they die, as long as everyone doesn't wipe. So you bring a leech, or two, right? It raises the HP of the boss, but it further increases your guaranteed profit. Because every 10 runs, they'll pay you a divine. You can do this through the Forbidden Trove. I didn't do this on stream today because it would have, it would have been annoying to do. But off stream, I probably would bring along a leech. Because I have, I have the damage that I can definitely blast this guy with an extra person worth of HP. So that's another thing to consider. Like, if you have friends that want to do this as well, you can increase your margin for profit by just bringing leeches for the experience gain. And every 10 runs, it's an extra divine. I've seen it's a very consistent business. It's not something that I'm going to put in a video because that would ruin it. But for those of you that are here on the stream listening, there you go. That's another way to increase the profit of this strategy. It seems pretty solid to me as far as just compared to mapping. And the other really big benefit of this, I think this is really important, especially for me, because I hate the rarity meta. I hate it. Everyone knows that I don't like it. Right? You don't need any rarity in your gear to get this result. And this is also not counting like the little exalted orbs I dropped from the boss or the chaos orbs or any of that stuff. There was also just little currency drops, and I still profited without even counting that stuff. So basically, rarity doesn't matter at all from a perspective of profiting from this strategy. So if you're someone that doesn't like rarity, you want to have the best gear that you possibly can to make your character as effective as physically possible, and you hate an arbitrary stat that just like determines whether you get drops or not, right? This is a good strategy for you. It's the same as ritual. It's the same logic as ritual. You can do this, you can do ritual, you can mix it up, and you don't need to subscribe to the rarity meta to make good profit in this game, like to progress and make money in this game, which is cool. Because at the same time, like I said, people could do what I was doing in co-op. People could do what I was just doing. They could lower his difficulty, right? You could do this on level 1 Xesht, and you lose out on the chance to get the diamonds, but you're still going to be farming the same amount of Hawa, basically. Leech is just like the common terminology, Ice, for the game. PoE has very old bones. Everyone just calls everything what it is. They say looking for leechers. They say, yeah, like, okay, Yeah, they say looking for leechers. They say, like, looking for carry. It's just, I actually kind of love it, to be honest. Yeah, this is probably a really great profit strategy for like people that want to fight bosses to make money. And I think it's just important to know that it's not just pissing away money to do this. Because without seeing something like this, it's easy to think that buying into a strategy like this would be just pissing away money. It's just gambling. But at the end of the day, it's also statistics. Like, we started off pretty bad. You need a big sample size is what I'm saying. Like, there is a buy-in to this, right? Like, you need a good amount of currency built up between you or a group of people to start doing this. Because if you do this with, like, 10 divines worth of keys, there is a pretty realistic chance you lose. But the bigger your sample size, the lower the chance that you lose. The bigger the chance is that you get closer and closer to the average. And we actually got pretty close to the average with the numbers of what happened here. Based on what I know about the drop rate for each of these items. So, yeah. All right, I'm about an hour over, though. This has been a fun stream. I had a lot of fun doing this. Profit strategy
Another
testing
democratic
stuff
soldier for the
seems
cause.
like something that's just very enjoyable to stream and do and experience. So So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and watching me do this. I could understand if, you know, the content was pretty repetitive, because it was. We literally just sat here and grinded Xesht 60 kills to see what would fall out of him, right? But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me while we did that. It was fun. Everyone have a good rest of your evening. I am going to go ahead and get out of here. I'll see you next time. Hold on. All right, not streaming. Good. All right, I'm out of here. Night, guys.
All Super Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Yeah, Karkin, what's up? Thank you for the prime. How you been, man? I'm about to shut it down. Oh, wait, I literally just shut it down. No. Wait, I didn't shut it down. Hey. I was literally clicking the button.